All right. And it's just as the song says, Spoon is definitely going to tell you what is happening in Liberia, what is happening in Monrovia, what is happening around the world. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Spoon Talk, the nation's premium, a nighttime talk show.
You want to know what is happening,
and we are live right here in the Spoon House in Concord Town. We're currently streaming live on Facebook, Spoon TV and Fabric TV, as well as Super TV. We're on YouTube, Spoon TV. Via radio, we are live on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Voice of Liberia 104.1 FM. So once again, welcome to all of you who are watching, welcome to all of you who are listening. However you are listening, wherever you are listening from. Before we go to a couple of the happenings in Liberia today, let's go to our Facebook page and see all of the people that are watching and just recognize a few people or a few persons. And this is Sam People. He's watching from Cardwell City. That's Cardwell. And Paul's that's Carlo. He's watching from Rehab. Daniel Tente. He's watching from Tinker's Village. We have Anan Gordon, who's also watching. Kosa James, he says he's watching from Bond City, Zoge District in Nimba County. Christine Peters House, watching from Enola, PA. I want to assume that's Philadelphia. Alicia's Debutante is watching from Canada. We have Samuel Kofi Woods Jr. also watching. We have Daniel K. Binde or Bindai, however your name is pronounced. He's watching from Red Hill Ominga Community in Painesville. Dennis is also watching. Melvin T. Shield is watching from Europe. Deborah Danyaro, watching from Randolph, Massachusetts, USA. We have Papi Moore. He's watching from Washington, D.C. Saving Grace, good evening to you. Nathaniel K. Hill, he's watching from Indy. I don't know if that's Indiana, but yeah. We have Emma Dima Snowbass, who's watching from CT, USA. Is that Connecticut? We have Delano Soning King. He's watching from Robertsport, Grand Cape Mount County. But welcome to all of you. We definitely cannot recognize, everybody that's watching tonight. Welcome to all of you watching from Atlanta, Georgia, watching from California, watching from Miami, watching from Minnesota, Philadelphia, Fargo, wherever you're watching from, even Liberia. We have Mosu Masale, who's watching from Silver Spring, Maryland. You're watching from Ganta. You're watching from Banga, wherever you're watching from. Just welcome to the show. So before we get to our What's on Your Mind segment, let me firstly introduce myself. I'm Rosemary McKeever, Sassy MC, and I'm here as your producer for the night. And few of the happenings in Liberia today, we have the executive mansion press release that says President Joseph Yuma Boakai will tomorrow, on March 26, 2026, officially launch a bold and results-driven 365-day national action plan. And it's aimed at accelerating the reduction of maternal and newborn mortality across the country. And it says this initiative is the government's way of safeguarding the lives of Liberian women and children while strengthening the national health system to deliver quality, equitable, and accessible health care services for all. And in all the developments live from Criminal Court C on the corruption case involving former Finance Minister Samuel Twe and others, a surprising moment unfolded in court today when the Chief of Staff to the Financial Intelligence Agency, Edward Blaman, told the court on oath that he could not find any of the documents the prosecution had officially requested. Now, these weren't just any documents, they were legal order subpoena that required the agency to produce important financial records expected to help prove the case. But instead, the court was told that no such documents could be traced, located, leaving the prosecution evidence that it was relying on. That's one of the major happenings. And another one, Liberia's deepening border dispute with Guinea has entered a new phase of diplomatic urgency and political alignment, with the Liberian Senate publicly backing the government's approach, while international attention grows following confirmation that President Joseph Boakai has reached out to France President Emmanuel Macron. And the French ambassador to Liberia, Isabella Likulek, confirmed Tuesday that Monrovia has initiated contact with Paris, acknowledging the President Boakai's outreach to President Macron. That's President Macron of France, is now known within diplomatic circles. And also, according to Front Page Africa, Monrovia local government minister designate Francis Sakila Yumalin has strongly denied allegations linking him to ongoing Solomba border dispute between Liberia and Guinea, challenging authorities to investigate and prosecute him if found culpable. So those are just few. Those are not all of the major happenings in Liberia, but these are the few of the major ones. Or those are not the happenings, but these are the major ones going in and around Monrovia, Liberia today. So we would now like to move on to our What's on Your Mind segment. Let's talk to the Liberian people. Let's hear your views on, things that you think are going on around Liberia, and you want to flag it. You want to bring it to the listening ears of those who will listen to you. Let's listen to you. So the numbers are 0555 101075, 0777 771075. My lines are already buzzing. Let's take this call. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Okay, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. What's on your mind tonight? You have 60 seconds for each caller. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Rose, what on my mind has to do with Liberian Business Association. Rose, we cannot have our country while we the Liberian need to pay our country. Then we have foreign nationalists taking over the economy of the country by selling goods wholesale and retail. So, when you got into Gamcha, the foreign national, what has to do with the Indians and the Pakistanis, they're trying to take with the Liberian out of business. Because for Eastern, when you're renting store for $250 per month, they will kind of say, they'll tell you, let's say, or give 500. And when they go into the store, for them to sell the goods wholesale, they're selling riches. So we call upon the government to see how best they can put back into place. When they keep continuing, they will put with the Liberian out of business, and our country will not be built. Because these people are coming to the country, taking the money, carrying to their own country to go and build the country. But we are going out of business slowly. It cannot be, an Indian man cannot be selling shit or zinc by retail I said that selling the full man by yard is against our Liberian business law. So the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Labor, they are putting into place.
Okay.
3,000 working permit and allow them to do anything in the country will not help with the citizen.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening,
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm Mr. Quiet from Patrick, District 13.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, what's on my mind, man? Please, thank you. Big give me 10, don't cut me off.
You have 30 seconds, please. We have other calls to take.
Yeah, in the country, the problem that in the country, mostly, you are the generator, you can bring problem in the country. The issue that going on in Lofa, I can hear all else. Some people that can be bringing the citizens that are living in Lofa, taking weapons. Me and men are in my house. I don't can attack me in my house. I'm not able to defend my family then. That thing what you're doing, you're poster to it. That serious thing they may carry to the borderline here. Then my president comes down to talk to the Liberian people. That what we let him for. Then he can talk to all. They think when the men carry on, that the way the people are on, some people are calling all that they when go for bed today and tomorrow, when Boraka is not going to CDC, is not going to Joseph Baka. And Joseph Baka will be in plot. He will mind good. He will be mad. Please, you go to the polar land. Your man the polar land. That the way walking in the country. They can't get the plane camel. No, they're not ill. That they will walk enter in the country.
Okay.
It's citizens that live into that polar land. The citizens they wear that time. When they're not coming beat that citizen, they may not come, they fire one of the citizens. You can't, but you're talking all era. How the citizens wrong, they go take weapons to stay in front of the people. So you want to tell me, I don't want to defend my citizens, what my land, what my family gave me.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your 30 seconds have elapsed. Let's take this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, my sister.
Yes, let's hear you. What's on your mind?
My name is Danuwali P. from 540.
All right, let's hear you quickly. You have 30 seconds.
You see the happening in this country here, especially the one happening to the border. Because some of our lawmakers are greatly involved in the investigation of who are doing that thing. You got to give me and say, our people money. And then I tell them if you check, it should be true. You see, and some other people that are here inside, so they're going to confuse the Liberian people. So they had to switch themselves to the removal of Yeke, or Representative Yeke Kolba. They're going to change our mind from what happened in Lofa. So basically, go on to tell the farmer who are those crops or the kind of things that are going on in our place. They're going to put Liberian in the same problem. Then they're going to divert our mind to the removal of Yeke Kolba. You see, the guys are perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. You have concluded your 30 seconds. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Lorena.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, Lorena.
This is Rosemary. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lorena. This is Josh Mora. I joined from District 6 in Motor County, GC Camp Community, Lorena. Thank you so much for your platform. Looking on my mind today, I just want to appreciate the president and the vice president and the General Protect, Yobi Kanga, that have worked for this country. It's not easy thing to become leader in the country. But all people now know they want to criticize the government because they become and they want to be in power in this country because to eat money from Liberian people. But the president and the vice president are doing well in this country. But we're trying to tell the Liberian people, please, you don't understand the president. The president is doing well for the country. Nobody should not pull your mind to say that, oh, president, this and that. I can always say, Lorena, what the reason why they go other country for? They put other country develop. I'm own man.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Segun. I call from the JMB Liberian Foundation along the Intellectual Bureau of the UP headquarters in Dole community.
Let's hear you.
So thank you for allowing me on your platform. There are a few concerns that I have. Basically, I've been following the saga in Sagadu and Samadu in Guinea, in Lofa there in
Solomba.
Okay, so this is my take. We elected lawmakers of 73, right? So we cannot sit down and listen to Jake Koluba making some very very terrible statement. Jake is telling us that this country, this government took diamond from a river, and then he receiving information, intelligence from Guinea, and he's serving as a lawmaker. He remember that he took oath to defend and protect the territorial limits of this country and the integrity of the honorary house. If a lawmaker speaks like this, I think it's quite unfortunate that we have such a lawmaker in our midst. He do not represent even the country that he claims to be a citizen of. He almost like a missionary for an opposing country. Okay, how can a lawmaker say that this is aware that they took diamond from the river? They should give the diamond to Guinea, and it was the diamond they used to build. A complex in Lufa. Alarming allegations.
Thank you very much.
There are issue of diamond. There are issue of concern on national concern on diamond. You see.
Thank you very much. Your 30 seconds have elapsed. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. My name is Evan Smith and I call from Nicholson area.
All right, let's hear you. You have only 30 seconds.
Yeah, when it comes to the border issue or the statement that Honorable Yege Koluwa made, I don't think the state can go against Yege Koluwa for that.
Hello? Okay, we lost that caller. Let's take this one. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you very much. This is the Common Board Chairman. And TOP Willie, I join you from Tokyo to Shufo.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Let me see my president. Mr. President, our freedom of speech was given to us by God. It's a God-given freedom guarantee under the Constitution of Liberia. If you're seeing, like I hear there's a bill that is being crafted to rename or to redesign the Camara, A Camara, or ICE. If it is intended to shuffle free speech or to censor free speech, Mr. President, then you have to change your mind, because these are the tenets of democracy. These are the same things you used to come to power. When you are coming to power, people were speaking their minds freely, and they were giving a state to express itself. So how come you came to power, you are putting on this Nebuchadnezzar posture? Do you want to be on Nebuchadnezzar and Liberia? That everybody should either submit.
Okay, thank you very much. 30 seconds. It's over. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello. Good evening to Spring FM family, and good evening to my people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, Jeff, Madam Kibat Studio tonight. The name remains constant. Afonso AF Kamal once again.
Afonso, you have 30 seconds.
I want to speak on the issue tonight, how to deal with the House of Elders, the House of Senate, and that of the House of Representatives, the legislators, and the House of Elders. They are not working. They are not propagating the functioning performances as lawmakers, where they have the oversight and responsibilities to call all the government failures, to call all any emergency interference or in our country, and they fail to do this thing.
state government has failed the Liberian people. They are our direct representation. They are not coming us to address the issue of this country. The borrowing issue that today, everyday activities are ongoing in local county, borrowing town, Solomba, the borrow between Guinea and Liberia, very unbecoming and a worrisome to us as a Liberian. Government is not speaking. Whom are those that are supposed to be speaking? Minister of Defense are not speaking. Minister of Justice are not speaking. Minister of Internal Affairs are not speaking. Minister Justice are not speaking. And then the commanding general of the armed forces of Liberia, headed by Joseph Nimar Baka, who cares the Bible, they were to take on that Monday.
All right, Alfonso.
Everything. Today, look at where our country is going to progressing. It's a time for him to demonstrate a for 2-year experience.
Okay, Alfonso, thank you. Thank you very much.
Our intervention.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Yes, your name and where are you calling from? Please, you only have 30 seconds. We have to take all the callers. Okay, man. Well, let's hear you.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the issue at the border. My sister, ask ourselves, why did the Guinean soldier cross to Liberia side? That's the first question we should be asking. There must be a reason. I hear people talking, oh, Joseph Parker to deploy our army at the border. No, don't do that. You will cause chaos. You don't have Guinea army at the border, then you say AFL there. No. So, what I want for the public to do, let him take his time and handle this thing in a mature way. And I love the way he is handling it. We don't want opposition to be talking, oh, and they want people, they just want war. We are tired with war. So I bet, let us give the public chance, let him handle this thing.
Okay.
Handle it, I believe it.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening. Good evening. Lorenzo Baba Yema, my name, and I'm calling from Rafi. How are you this evening?
Welcome, Lorenzo. Let's hear you. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. What is on my mind this evening is the Excellency Joseph Nimar Baka told us she loves this country and build the country. I think this thing and build and love Liberia, right? But in my mind, you don't want us to build this country. Because if you can tell us you love and build, then we should look at the principle of building material. We from war. It is not time for us to work together collectively to the president mandate to say, yeah, we should build this country and look at the cost of material things. And I will ask what is going to intervene in this thing. That would be able to land will be able to buy a bag of cement, buy a cross or get a sand for all the help to rebuild. But my sister, something happens here that I don't understand it. The aluminum zinc which is 100% aluminum. It's $125 in a store. And I bought 7 bundles to build a place. So I left 1 bundle that just in case if the carpenter say it don't work, then I can hurry to get there. And when I got there, all of a sudden it was on a holiday on the Ramadan. So I couldn't get it. But guess what happened? When I went to the next store, the people said that you got a different price to them. Now the zinc now is $190. I said, don't tell me that. He said, no. It's the new one. So I got better leather. So I came back, I bought the store to open it. And then I said, you are looking. Now the thing now is $190. So I asked what the president told we should help, we should build. But now the cost of material is getting expensive. So Mr. President, please look in that direction.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening to my school family.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you so much for the United Party International Bureau of Paco.
All right, let's hear you quickly.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Me tell Honorable Jackie. Please, that will not politics. 1847 our country, the money world union. That's because today Liberian people need to be politics in our north of the vicinity. Thank God. But war now good.
That is thought today. I want to bring out right home and thank God to the president that I mentioned for me to the information minister now speak, the minister now speak. How we must speak now? How the minister must speak? But 40 who are war in the country. Yeah, all the former warlord and talking game conference who now want it. My father in the war no great. The party small, but RPERA is big more than the party. Some other people are happy. Well, the people must take our land. Whenever dinner, we're not happy.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, Mama, let's hear you. You're my first female of the night.
Thank you. This is Princess calling from the United Party Intellectual Bureau.
All right, let's hear you.
First, I will go to Honorable Jackie Koliva. Honorable Jackie Koliva, they want you to, it's not politics at all. It's not politics. That's selling your country. And they said they already crossed to Guinea president. And now they're saying that somebody from import say that the name belongs to all. Let's forget about politics. This is not a politics. Your country, somebody coming to pick at your country. I think you sort of stay for your country. Nobody telling you to stay for President Bagapa for your country. And to the Bola issue, who are calling for what are the people who won't go loot? I didn't want to loot. The last day, some of your journalists, they should stop bringing false information to the media. They should start causing problem for this nation. Because you're not for the person or your party not win, so you must build causing problem for Malatua. If the Bola can, they're not going to look for United Party people, they're not going to look for CDC people. Anybody the Bola see that you will catch. They should start creating problem for this nation.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was my first female caller. Okay, let's go to the Lone Star line. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Spoon Talk. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Robert Ngone calling from Aloi Highway, Cutting Tree.
Let's hear you.
Is go to Yake Koluba. Yake Koluba is a lawmaker in the house. They're the one made a decision in the house. And now for him to say that the land belongs to the Guineans. So he telling us that he now a lawmaker in the house of the representatives. If he can make a law for him to take the land and give it to the Guineans. So he now belongs to the country. And now supporting the police for impeaching of Yeke. Besides that, after the impeaching in the house, the Lofian will send everybody to tell Yeke that he will not enter in the country, in local country, because of that behavior that is carrying on in this country.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening, Spoon FM family. My name is Peter. You are radio man calling from PV.
All right, Peter, let's hear you. 30 seconds.
Yeah, let me say good evening to the SNS President Jesus Human Bogasian. Mr. President, thank you for that. What made the president to be the experienced president ever? Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for using a diplomatic means because the opposition already waiting to start looting. And I did thank God they could get a president that can really listen to the Liberian people, the people that elected him. At least in when Guinea to see a better diplomatic because war is not everything. Now we want development. President Boga trying to develop the nation and not yet to go and fight our neighbor. So I think Mr. President, thank you. I think the opposition again nothing to say again. Because they were already waiting to say, oh, President Boga to use that means to be that campaign measure that, oh, in Boga region, and they fought Guinea and Labrador fought. At least that they looking for campaign measure, but they got no measure. I think the president is going to development.
Okay.
Now the road project is going on. They just around, yeah, and gas, they were offer gas to be shorted. But I think be to go.
Okay.
I think the president gas is in the country and rest here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for calling. Let's go to the next caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Martin.
I'm fine, thank you.
From people who coffee like Johnston.
All right, let's hear you. 30 seconds.
Well, let me just get to the point. You see, people just see and say war. Only for Yaka Kolba. He lay down statement of war in Liberia. Number one, that they want them eating government money out of the Senate, care out of property around here. But nothing away. And walk out and get to go Canada assembly was sitting there. And then I start using ready to be there and ready to come. Ready to come. It's not good. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello, Lauren.
Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Liberian from Piedmont.
All right, I'm liking the women. Okay, let's hear you, Pagama.
Thank you very much for the effort of what you think of our nation.
All right, let's hear you.
He's a noise maker and foolish man. They are regretting all the people to even go for but will come for 2020 now. I found I am wrong campaign for Santo guy in Nima. And one thing I will not wrong campaign all over now. That I tell you, I got thank you. Their country is people and joy. No one will take our joy away in our peace. They must remember the government, remember, their nation is a Christian nation. There's a man of God and a friend nation. There's a immediate family. They are ready to pray. They are saying, God, the man told God, he said, I will possess our land and I reside for our word and God, pulling him more. So they again, when I said, he said, we are free and war. I won the word and I believe it according to the people. So say, Lorena, I want you to tell what does Marty hear me well.
All right. Hello? All right. Thank you very much.
He can say a prayer. So Conan Bode and they play what the people keep. And if you are interviewing yesterday, they bought the chanting, everybody said nothing going on the media setting. We are reserved what else we should do a work. We do a work with President
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Stephen in Salah District.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, we should bring the people of District 10 who for them you get into power. We know how you're getting into power. So you get right what you want to say. And so that I have Sherpa will stand down. You can just invite all the people are down to be panel on our show. You understand? You can announce people that will be panel on our show.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? Good evening. All right, let's go to this caller. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm All
right, let's hear you.
Yeah, man, I read gender ministry me. I want to about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I want for the people to revisit the gender lawyers. Because when the girls and they are not even prepared to sit down with me. They will come and misbehave. So of me are taking charge support to this to do business. Someone they will go, I don't know how a woman made a mistake and born with men. And all of the children will be giving you habit at the end of the month. So and secondly, I want the gender minister to please be calling those girls for worship about dressing. Those girls are disgracing our nation. And when we were brought up, we heard that Liberia was on a Christian people. Dress code now by our girls now, you don't represent Christian. It disgraces and bringing girls for our nation.
Okay.
So please, let us visit the constitution for us.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to the orange line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Dennis Tava. I call you from Sarah Lower County.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, my advice going to Yeke Kolba. When you play your national politics, you want to pause because you've been forcing the former president and the current president. We have no problem with it. Our politics, we know your political game you play. But when you cut off the international issue that for the borderland, they get I beg you, our life. Some of us we have nowhere to go. Only Liberia will depend on. And when you play the Ghana game, it affects us. For you, you will leave and go Ghana to your family, you live your life.
But for us, we have nowhere to go. Please, it's simple. You have no panelists. When you come in, he has asked him, let him take time. Some of us, we didn't even know, but I think we can analyze it. Even you can call back. Let you stop. You didn't put the country in the chaos. Thank you, Lorena.
All right, thank you very much. So you can call 0777 1075 1075. Let's go to the orange line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening, Lorena.
This is Rosemary. Your name and where are you calling from?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Rose. And this is Abu Awa. It's Kevin for the Black Support of Amuma. Member of the Junior Party Intellectual Bureau.
All right, let's hear you.
These are rules. For me, I'm not blaming people in Jacket Kolba. I'm blaming the CEO Center. And Center, you get a lot of investment into this country. Okay, not yet, but you get a lot of investment in the country. Maybe some of the people are making the noise. I want from the country into chaos. How for God in heaven's sake, and Damo, or some of your work called Lovina, or you, she's all in our studio. Now, somebody will come from West Side Party and say, oh, I've been enough for Center, and who's a calling, no, I not pay all our money, they can document and show you. And set on your same platform, I've seen that person, they said, I've been enough for Center for the person. Amen. So you take that person there, but you may make a call back to conclude as a law because of defending our sovereignty of our country. It's keeping on your platform so that you know you can't do any analysis. So as you have you run your country, you have a lot of governmental, you know, you are a lot into your country. For me, my just instead of what we don't about politics. Just about go, just about cow, la bro will be four. La bro sitting before we are great power, and I go to power sitting before political party. Then to end to put in our lane. The city that wants to come back to power, all post supporting today are getting around yet. So what? No, you also come to tell them by. No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to this caller. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
My name is William P. Bella. I call from Madivi County to be Favorite District 2.
All right. Let's hear you, William.
First of all, let me go to Stanton. Stanton feel like I'm doing well, but I ain't doing well. There's Stanton want people from people that should listen in the civil society people. They see the truth. Brenshaw, those people are there, they call in and say opposition. And I do nothing for all you doing there. Telling what that is true. Yeah, so let me go to get up for about. For about respect itself. After 278 years, that read a book, he said the land there for the Guinea, and he said he will fight. So, fighting will want Jacob Colaba, they tell it that he not take Jacob Colaba from that hall, then will prosecute him for treason.
Okay.
People will come over there.
All right.
We charge him for treason.
Thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Good evening.
Yes, your name and where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Roto Town. Sengo FE, this is now G. The drawing.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, I don't know the people really don't understand Yage Koluba. Like them two are interpreted differently. What about the prayer release that came from the Sede Mansion reading by Kula Fofana? Where she mentioned that Liberia is claiming a piece of land. So is Yage Koluba wrong? Is the president of a can come with such reading document? Then leave the man alone. Let me just come over something you say. And you didn't know the role to play, then you just gave away a speaker.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the Lone Star. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Sivan Ben call you from Pinsville.
All right, let's hear you.
Rose.
Yeah.
I think this spoon talk is becoming a serious joke. When the president spoke of recent regarding this happening at the Liberian Guinea border, I monitored the show that night and I heard Dr. Fashion. I think Dr. Fashion speaking a lot on a lot of issues regarding how the president spoke. And in fact, she even asked the president, why is it that the president did not give detail regarding? For God's sake, this issue border around national security. So how would somebody who is a doctor, claim to be a doctor, who asked the president to explain the detail regarding what was being discussed regarding such issues? So I think I'm becoming very disappointed, especially so with some of your plays on the Spoon Show. And I think that Waterspoon needs to do more. He needs to do better, and I think he needs to give the guys, some guidelines on how they proceed, especially when it comes to discussing national issues.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Colley, and I joined the conversation when you joined OP.
All right, let's hear you.
My attention has been drawn on the table I was breaking down by the court at New Joy Junction. Then last month, the court break the area down, and the owner need to come and fence it because the area is turning into dumper. Right to the junction, and it's bad. People dumping there on a daily basis. I think the property owner need to come and take one, or else will lose New Joy Junction into the hands of that.
Okay.
Because the deck coming on the road now, as I said to you, every night we're going to say new deck. We're going to say new deck. And not necessarily that the junction to go to the estate. They get there. So when the owner lazy, you can't tell what or in fence the play or in lease the play to long. If we can break everybody down, then leave it vulnerable like that people waiting there.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, I don't know why people are viewing your follower on a cross because you only care about his word about what he says. Why about the president doing the campaign? He said if you don't win election, there will be no more like you. You will not out of chasing. Instead of this, you can see why he says is why he feels. So I don't see anything. And even what you can say is happening. The Guinea people on the land, cleaning the land. And even our first secretary for finance said we Liberians, we're cleaning our own land. We now nobody can say fine or her, but you can see that he said according to his soul or according to his information he got, the land for Guinea. I don't know why they getting there. Who that for what wrote on the e-mansion that said like God cleaning their own land. People don't get problem with it. But like you get on the problem, you see to be telling everyone. But I think you can put your mind. What the information he gets is spread out. So it's left with you now to do your research.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
From
All right, let's hear you.
Yo, thank you for the deal. You see, when I move your girlfriend out hall, it will make me feel bad. Then they try and move that man from the house. You kept drinking problem in the front, and you're not even happy because they are fighting your work and they say, oh, yeah, my brother doing work. And what tell you the man, and the phone, they call it look at the same food. Oh, you got looking for, yeah, imagine when I found accusations on the local people say they know about land business for the Guinea people. How you work on your own country because you accuse somebody saying I cannot talk? If I said the justice minister say, I know what's wrong with that. That man should be in jail time a day. Yeah, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from? All right, let's go to our Lone Star line. Good evening. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, Lorena. This is my David calling from Ria.
All right, let's hear you.
Say, Lorena, let me tell you one thing. Why people keep quoting opposition for? That opposition is getting to cross the border. The cause of the issue, they are investigating or come to tell the truth. We're called for getting to the cross the border to come on our land, take our land, and put it on there. Two, even when they say you listen, a man leaves the horse and enter in your yard or sleep on your way. When you listen, you must say, nobody won't war. opposition that citizen of this country. We all get family and nobody will tell you come. But that comment put us so defensive. If you need a continue to war in our country, Martin, there are no men in the country. So what's in the last money we work on is or Kakatan. We will able to push it at the time you're taking out of precaution to take precaution, you want to put people back. So that government tell the root cause of beginning to people up to enter and so the monopoly on opposition. Yeke Koroba is a lawmaker. Yeke Koroba knows see the truth and explain why they want Yeke Koroba for. They bring Yeke Koroba, oh Yeke Koroba is that Yeke Koroba causing job where yesterday all of them were clapping their hands. Right now they think Yeke Koroba was saying these things.
Okay.
So I beg you that government tell what cause of beginning to cross the border, the water to come on our land.
All right.
Tell the truth.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Patrick S. was so cleanly.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, the problem is the whole Spoon radio station is a platform where everybody come on the show and get a view. So you can speak his mind. The man can only say that according to his source. Or you say according to the source, but then the man say according to the level of the Guinea people. Then they let them invite the man. They say, oh, yeah, where you get a source from? But people come out really abuse the man. Is that a way to find peace or to find common ground? This man spoke a mind. So I don't see for people to be abusing, calling out our name. No. Now you have your show. Everybody calling getting that view. You don't all about abusing. Speak your mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go to this caller. Good evening, your name and where are you calling from? Good evening, your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, Rosemary, there's no doubt.
All right, let's hear you.
Yeah, you see, we are saying we made mistake. I know body you talk about and all our representative. So now I regret. So I regretted what I got to say in the land like the sunshine on me. Because I love me go anything I suffer present the country, you not something good or very maybe people tend to be proud. You know, you love me, but everything you say they have weight. When I say I was see your mind, but you cannot be put it in the policy. You know what it will love me when they want to say that left or to take out the price you so that was the you know speak got so believe that to it. You know, they think school here or program is we are the social yeah, they are basically that what you know, I got to believe that to it. When you already you know that
okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's welcome CEO and Dr. Richardson. Good evening.
I'm not even seeing clearly. Something wrong with my eye. What's going on?
Well, what?
I can see clearly now. The rain is gone. Yeah. Do. Dr. Richardson, I can see all the obstacles in my way. Hey. I can see clearly, Dr. Richardson. But listen. How you doing, Dr. Richardson? Rosemary McKayva, how you doing, Mama? You all right?
I'm fine, thank you, CEO.
Today to do a great show, ladies and gentlemen. They call the name Nobi Sibo. Nobi Sibo is in the house. But I'm not happy today coming on the show, Rosemary. I'm not happy. I'm not.
What's wrong?
Rosemary, I'm not happy.
What's wrong?
I tell you what, we got Dr. Richardson. I'm very, very concerned. What's going on with CMC, Sandro Dasso Johnson? 3 days now we've been having this conversation. Is he a United partisan or is he a Wait, Dr. Richardson, let me do my intro, Mama. I know, listen, for 28 years you've been in that one position. You know what flip-flop, you know what change, you know it's against, you got to give a certain, my zone when you want to work for another college. Or else the college you're working at, the university will sue you. You cannot work within certain terrain. You know that. We got politicians today flip-flopping, Rosemary, jumping from party to party. Let me work in the office of the president, Joseph Yumabwaga. Rose, That message CMC member. What kind of witchcraft is that? What kind of trouble be that?
So still only unity party member, she working unity party government. I'm confused.
Now Richardson, you will tell your own. Let me tell my own. You want to go fight, go fight. I will be quiet because you can't convince me today. You want to go first, go first. That Richardson, I will be quiet. You want to go
no, I was
first?
just asking a question. I told you myself having a dialogue. I was going to ask you, only unity party members can work in unity party government?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. So I'm going to go ahead, huh? I think that Richardson, I think you're about to destroy CMC. I will attack you today.
Okay.
I think that Richardson, you're about to. No.
Let me just use psychology now. Did you just see how Senna just flipped? You know, he's personally attacking me. Okay? Because I asked him a poignant question, he just flipped on me. Okay? So use me now. Tell me that I'm trying to destroy CMC. Why would I want to destroy CMC?
I will answer you that, Richardson. You cannot and you shouldn't. Let me find something to clean my camera here. Because I want to look in your face clearly. Very clearly. You should not, you shouldn't, you cannot, you can't. Whatever you're going to make that sentence to be. You get Samuel Dazzle Johnson. And Rose, you are free to talk. You're not one of Liberian journalists, then I can be quiet. Don't never be quiet. Don't take that. Let me put in here 1 2 tier 1 2 because it's here.
I'm ready to do.
Let me put in here.
Let me already get warning.
Let me put 1 2 tier 1 2 because it's here. Hearing part is too big, so let me put it when I wake up in the morning and look at my phone, right? A lot of messages. I was surprised when I heard it here about 1 2 and Rosemary. I said I respect Rosemary that my staff. You know, let's discuss on the issue. What are you're a good man? I mean, you're a very good man. You're single anyway. God bless you guys.
Good man today. I don't fight. You respect Rosemary.
I respect what you're going to Labrador pretty soon. What I understand you why the kids. I know you're doing. Want to let's go ahead. We got sure to do, my people. We got sure to do.
See you. I don't know what kind of conspiracy theory or
I'm talking. If you want me to talk, you say,
no. This is what makes the show spicy. So go ahead.
I think I would like for you to talk it.
You want me to talk it?
Yeah, because I'm confused.
All right, let me come at TT because this thing is structure-wise. I gotta go through the CEO. Let me go Diamond Slanger, the managing director, and you give me go ahead and talk it. And I bless your matrimony. I do. I seriously bless your matrimony, whatever it may be.
Who matrimony is that?
Mommy wasn't getting my
See you. Just told
I do. Anything you want me to do, my contribution, I will contribute. You want me there, I will be there by God's grace. Anything you want me to do, I bless you.
See you. You know I'm in a public relationship.
You know when you told me last time what you said to me. Leader one. Let's move on. Let's get back on track. Philip, but I beg you. Did you want to? Want to Ben trying. And to tell you the truth. No, but Rosemary, that was star. She know exactly what happened. I've been refusing a lot of text messages, called, and CEO, I beg you. I said, oh man, no, I'm a Christian. I respect people's privacy, but I bless the matrimony. I mean, I'm here September 9, which is a good date, by the way. So we'll move.
Not trying to see your general create a situation that have to go explain.
Yeah, it's that situation. I mean, September 9. I'm happy for you guys. But anyway, let's get back on track. Madam Tini, I'm going to leave alone, but get back on track. But let me say this, though. It will be very important, that Richard said, that this kind of politician, the 2029 election, let me see you for a bit. We'll be bringing Councillor Lafia Gu as our contributing guest tonight. We'll bring him on. Councillor Lafia Gu, Senior, the chairman for ANC, not the regular Lafia Gu that we get here, no. They're talking about the chairman for ANC. Okay? And I just want you guys to know the councillor I'm talking about is Lafia Gu, Senior. Lafia Eurocios or E something Gu. Yeah, whatever it is. The men are getting a young baby. To distinguish them, yeah. The men are getting a young baby. I have to screw, right? What? It just popped in my head. The men are getting a young baby. That I cancel. The other guy didn't get a young baby. So I think the people understand what I'm talking about now. Yeah. ANC chairman get a young baby. But anyway, a man need one more vote.
You know the whole country listening to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, no, you gotta tell the people the truth. I want to say to all of you though, do you think it's rare for Sanu Daso Johnson to work in the office of the president and then he's saying that Musa Belete will win election 2029? On a serious note, to be frank, we need to stop this. If you're opposition, you're opposition. If you are in position, you are in position. If you are no position, then you can fly. This thing about our ISO and ISO, let's stop it. Our ISMO so want to and ISMO so no. There's no ISO. I really want to tell the nation tonight, the young men and women going into 2029, they will not put up for that. No way, hell no. You got to decide who you are. You got to tell the Liberian people exactly what you want. You cannot ISO and ISO. Senator Dazzle Johnson, Senator Bomi Kante, hey, smoking from nowhere and beat him. Everybody said, oh, what happened? He ran again against Alex Tyler. Alex Tyler won him. Everybody concerned. NPP Senator Dazzle Johnson. Now he's saying he's going to be for Musa Belete. But the last thing we observed and we heard, he was appointed by Joseph Yeman Boakai. Hey, he worked in the office. He's at the executive mansion every day. Can we trust him? Not me, but can CMC trust him? Can Musa trust him? What is going on, Wanto? Okay, let me give you an example quickly, and we'll hear from the guys here. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Let me give you a quick example. Wanto, do you think Eugene Lee Nangwe will go to Unity Party and work in the office of the president? You think
it's not possible, or CDC will not allow that.
Exactly.
100%. Because Eugene worked in the office of the president. He's the chief of staff to President Weah. That would be
okay. So I'll tell Eugene off. Do you think Jefferson Koji will work in the office? Jefferson can work with Joseph Imam Barga today.
Citizen very similar. Can you buy it an example? The people don't.
You have to buy it's not a sedition, so you can say it's an example.
No, I mean just by his lingering, he was expelled from the party.
So you say Jefferson can work with Barga? Is that what you say?
No, honestly, no.
But I'm asking about Jefferson. He said, "Can you low level sedition to you? Can you gone? It's not a sedition.
He gone. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're right. CDC would never allow very strong partisan to play that dual role. Either the party.
I don't know whether the people believe in Dazzle. And to be frank, it's 908 in the country. We'll be bringing the ANC chairman shortly, and also we'll be calling Snow here that he's in Texas or Houston, Texas. He's doing something beautiful that we'll be calling when he's available. But it's very, very important for us to note today, Dr. Richardson. Mike Blairon did it. You put out a statement. You guys are cherry picking in the party.
We're not.
Yeah, you put out a statement on Mike Blairon.
What did the statement say?
You got the statement. And now we got Samuel Dazzle Johnson. He was at the executive marshal this morning. and you telling me that well is okay. No, it's not. Is he carrying information to Unity Party for CMC Wanto? Or is he taking information from Unity Party to CMC? Is he the new political spy?
CEO, you're right. It's very risky. It's very risky. I think, CMC have to ask very honest questions. And I for this argument, I support you fully, because working in the office of the president and being a very key confidant of the standard bearer CMC raised a lot of questions. And I'll be honest with you, he has a very close relationship with the standard bearer. In as much he issue a statement to say yes, that's a legitimate right to work with the president. The party has to determine at what length does it impact the party stability, the future of the party, the trust, because he's around the standard bearer of the party. What kind of information is he providing to the government? What kind of information is he taking from the government? So it's two ways. Another area, CEO, I need to stress more is the Unity Party, whether they will trust an opposition of that nature to be close to the president. I'm not hearing you talking more about that.
No, I don't think Unity Party would be there to worry. Unity Party is happy. Unity Party is drinking the milk in this thing.
Why?
Unity Party paying Dazzle Johnson.
Yes.
Usability just came out and said the party worth $35 million. Didn't you see that? Can they take 2005 and pay Dazzle Johnson? In less than a year, CMC is worth $35 million. Where that money coming from? What kind of susun be that? I want to be part of that susun. I want to be part of that susun. How many membership the party have? How can this party say $35 million? Then Dazzle is working for 1,400, that he's constrained to work in the office of the president, and then he's saying that I will support Musa 2029. Dazzle got to speak, or CMC got to put out a statement. I did with Musa Richardson, let's hear you. I mean, this is some serious issue.
Santa, I will agree with you on the part that if you are sycophant, or if you have sycophantic behavior, we should be able to call you out. But I disagree with you that just because Unity Party is in government right now, everybody who should work with Unity Party should belong to Unity Party, should be a member of Unity Party. I would definitely agree with you. I would strongly disagree with you. Unity Party is the government of Liberia. People come from all walks of life, and they will be working in the government. Now, only Dazzle Johnson, who you called yesterday, can answer some of the questions that you are asking. Only him. How come the Unity Party is feeling so comfortable with him working in the mansion, knowing that he's a part of CMC? That is the question. All right, so I cannot answer. I cannot speak for Dazzle Johnson. I can just tell you that the government of Liberia belongs to all of us, okay? And so people from different political parties will work in the government of Liberia. And somebody said that Dazzle Johnson is a key confidant of Mutability. That's how they see it. All right. I trust Mutability's judgment. I trust his ability to be able to decipher who is making the right decision in the interest of the Liberian people as it comes to developing our people. That's what I do. I trust him. I trust his judgment. So
that Richard is saying, and you are telling the Liberian people what Dazzle Johnson is doing is okay.
I'm not telling you, trying to tell the Liberian people that what I'm saying.
You.
No.
Is it okay?
But this is how.
I'm asking you, Dr. Richard, is it okay?
But can I speak? Maybe if you let me speak, I just clarify myself. And this is how you get in the morning, you say, I'm going to tackle this, I'm going to go after this person. That's I know you so well. I know that what you're trying to do. But, okay, what I'm saying to you is that the Liberian government is a government for the people and of the people. So Unity Party, just because Dazzle Johnson may not be a member of Unity Party, or whoever may not be a member of Unity Party, that doesn't mean that they can work for the government. Okay? However, I don't condone sycophantic behavior. Liberia have a tendency to say yes, sir, and to be sycophantic because they belong to a political party. I'm not saying.
It's a simple question. You are the global chair. Speak to your folks in the global land. Are you saying it's okay what Dazzle Johnson is doing? It's okay.
Are you saying it's okay? I'm
asking you.
No, I'm asking you this very same question. I'm putting it back on you. Are you saying it's okay?
I'm not a CMC member.
Are you saying it's okay for the Unity Party to hire Sandra Johnson in the executive mansion, knowing that he also is a member of CMC? Are you saying it is okay? Are you saying it's okay? I'm asking you.
I'm not a Unity partisan. I'm not a member of CMC. I'm saying to you, you are the global chair. You are the number one in the global community. Let me finish, Sister Richardson. I'm begging you. You are the global chair. I am not. You are number one in the community, in the global land. You are number one. Musa ability to listen to you. You get the bank account. You make the final decision. You run the activities in the global land. I said to you, is it okay to have Sandra Dazzle Johnson working in the office of the president and then saying he's supporting Musa ability for 2029? Are you comfortable with that? Is it okay to you?
Can I ask you a question, Stanton Weatherspoon? Are you okay with Sandra Dazzle Johnson working in the executive office, knowing that he's a member of CMC party? Is that okay with you?
So, Richardson, I think you have to answer the question, because if you do this, then everybody on the live will say that Richardson is joking and she can't answer the question.
Well,
that's what they will say. Because you need to answer the question. That's fine. You got to answer the question. What is Musa ability position here?
Can you
answer my question? I will answer your question. You answer my question, I will answer your question. You are the global chair. You're a decision maker in CMC.
You're very right about that. I am the global chair for CMC, but I'm asking you, are you okay? Are members of the Unity Party okay with having Sandra Johnson every morning, every day, go to the executive mansion and work? Are you okay with that?
Unity partisan. Don't call me. I'm not a Unity partisan.
Well, you support Joseph Boyka, don't you? You told me earlier.
I support Joseph Boyka.
Okay. Are you, as a supporter of Joseph Boyka, are you okay with having Sandra Johnson, Dazzle Johnson, go to work every day in the mansion, in the executive mansion, and work with Joseph Boyka, and Joseph Boyka actually
Let me answer that question.
I'm not finished. Okay, let me add up. Let me finish. Let me add somebody more on the show. Okay. Are you okay with Sandra Dazzle Johnson going every day, was appointed by President Joseph Yuma Boyka to work in the mansion every day? Are you okay with that?
Can I answer now?
Yes, answer.
Okay. I will only answer because our fans on the show say, and I will say this to them. I know you guys don't want me to answer. Let this person say, that's question for you, Dr. Richardson, not the CEO. Another person saying, Dr. Richardson, you are wrong, right? Another person saying, and I can put them up, but I will not put all of them up. So let me
it's okay.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question.
Let me address the part where you're trying to get the audience.
Let me answer your question.
No. Let me address the part where you're trying to get the audience to go against a panelist on the show. It's okay for them to disagree with me. I believe in democracy so much that it's okay that they don't agree with me. Helena Flores can say whatever she wants to say, whoever you highlighted before can say whatever you want to say. But this is how I feel, and I will ask you this very same question, and you ask me. So it's okay.
Okay. So let me answer the question. And I hope you can answer my question when I answer your question. Dr. George, welcome to the show. Dr. George, welcome to the show. Dr. Fubi, welcome to the show. Dr. Wanto, welcome to the show. Dr. Rosemary, welcome to the show. We're going to have a good show. Let me answer your question. As a supporter of Joseph Yuma Boyka, it's okay that Joseph Yuma Boyka used Sandra Dazzle Johnson, hire him, because he has pledged his support privately to Joseph Yuma Boyka. It's okay that the women have gone across the aisle to bring in non-unity partisan. It's okay.
You're so smart.
It's okay that the old men can have a government of national unity, integrate all people from CDC, ANC, CMC, and everybody. That's what the leaders should do. And I'm so proud of Joseph Yuma Boyka for doing this. So now I have answered your question. Do you think it's okay
Yes,
for that sort
it's
of work
okay
Unity Party
that
president?
it's okay that we can have a Liberian government that will accept and hire anyone who belongs to another political party. Yes, it's okay. Since it's okay with you for Dasso Joseph Johnson, whatever his name is, Sano Dasso Johnson, to be working in the mansion and appointed by President Joseph Boakai, it is okay with me that the Liberian government can hire people from other political parties because in diversity we find strength.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you for appreciating Joseph Boakai effort of having a government of national unity.
Thank you for appreciating the fact that
thank you for having
for
celebrating. Thank you for celebrating a great leader like Joseph Boakai, Dr. Richardson. But the people will decide. Dr. George, Mr. Aaron Fubi, the people will decide. I think that Dasso Johnson got to resign. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. But I will leave it there because we got more to discuss. Dr. George, welcome to the show. We still get your party chairman coming on. Councilor Gu will be here to discuss issue of national concern. And Aaron Fubi, we get your former chairman from ANC party coming on. We'll discuss issue. We're going to talk about the Samuel Tuai story. And I would not forget this thing. CMC got to take a position. Something is happening I don't want to say because the backing me not to say on the Samuel Dazzle thing. And I would say one day if I have eaten potatoes green, then I would have said something. But say I didn't eat potatoes green today, I will wait. Emmanuel George, welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to you. Good evening, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, Madam Akiva. Good evening, Wanto. Good evening, Fubi Henry. Good to see you guys. I want to thank our audience, those of you on Facebook, YouTube, listening to us on television, different various radio stations in Liberia. Good evening. I hope you all had a wonderful day. Good to be on the show, Stanton. I look forward to the conversation. I know you all are discussing Senator Dasso Johnson, member of the CMC, which he said emphatically last night when he was on the show. Let us remember he also shared that before he became a member of the CMC, he was appointed as the legislative liaison by President Joseph Boakai. On May 1st, 2025. So the president appointed him. The president had faith in him. The president knew that he played a role in the success of the Unity Party in the 2023 election, and he was being paid. I think it's Fendela Patrick that always said that political payment is not in heaven, it's here on earth. So he supported President Boakai, and President Boakai found it necessary to find a place for him in his government. But he have openly said he's part of the CMC. So it's left with President Boakai if he's comfortable with him working around him, and it's left with the CMC if they are comfortable with him around them. But he have openly said he's a member of that until 2029. Maybe that's the only place that we can call him to ask him to clarify what he means by 2029, whether it's January 2029 or June 2029 that he's going to stop his support. But again, the biggest employer in the Republic of Liberia is the government of the Republic of Liberia, and many people who find themselves having some.
So I see you trying to find a fine tune here. You're trying to play it safe here. So you're okay, right? That he's working with Unity Party government, but yet still he openly said he's supporting Musability. You're okay. It's no problem.
Stanton. The president of the Republic of Liberia appointed Senator Johnson on May 1st, 2025 to a liaison position. The president comfortable with him. In August of this August this year or sometime.
No, this is a simple question. So you're okay, right?
I'm answering a simple question.
Yeah, but you make an answer too long, the people go to bed. answer before that old man go to bed. You okay,
worries,
right?
They're going to bet on that after I finish answering. So in 2026, Senator Joseph openly declared that he's a member of the CFC. He held a CFC program in Bobby County. The CFC got problem with he. If the president got problem with he, the CFC got problem with he. Whoever I don't get problem with he. I got problem with he.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Fubi, what's going on, brother? Hey, it will not work, Fubi. I understand you don't have problem with him, but it's something I'm thinking here, Fubi, right? Musa is not paying $100,000 Johnson. It's all about the Benjamin. It's all about the money. Fubi, look online today. My brother and friend Musa Hassan Bedete, and I'm trying to fight this guy. Everything in me, I'm trying to find something on this guy to find him. Right, Fubi? But just imagine, he said he worth the party, not him, because on his asset declaration, he worth $32 million personally, Musa. But now the party is 35 million. As declared by Musa, the party having 35 million in the bank. What kind of juju be that one? The party in less than 1 year get $35 million in the bank. Fubi, why not they pay $100,000 Johnson and you shouldn't work for Unity Party, Fubi?
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. How are you doing? So it's good that you see you trying to post saying Sarah Johnson Gary. You keep finding all kind of things. Sarah Johnson key yesterday and even gave reason. You still looking for say, you want Popo Beach, Nukutown Beach, Sinko Beach, all the beaches looking for
That's not saying you'll be running to be the next senator of Bome County. Are you running on a CMC ticket or you'll be running on a Unity Party ticket? Because Unity Party paying you. Unity Party paying you. What's the real story here? Someone doesn't got to resign. He has to resign. I do believe that he has to, right? As a seasoned politician, he's so in politics. It will destroy him alive. That's my advice to you. It will destroy him.
Let's start on doesn't be great. I don't think CNC ready to pay Sarah Johnson $5,000 per month right now. So if they're not ready to pay that amount, let the man do the late hustle and collect his store on the 2029. The man said he's supporting CNC on the 2029. He will go for Musa 2029. So the man has given a commitment. So if the president feels satisfied and comfortable working with him, that's the president's prerogative. I think we'll lead the president to enjoy that. But at this stage, politics, you gotta find a way to balance out, and you gotta find a way to survive. So not just a politician, he ain't got any other career that I know of. So you gotta survive some kind of way. So if the government is open to lie in the work,
so let me hold you right there and let's move on. Welcome to the show, Councilor Good. It's good to have you on. We'll bring you on shortly. Don't get in this one. I don't want to put you in a situation you can handle. My brother Fubi said the man got to survive. I couldn't agree. I was senator then served for 6, 12, 18 years. The state talking about survivability, couldn't agree? Couldn't agree? Is that what we have come to? Lawmakers are supposed to work and help the district and the county and lay back after leaving office to say, yes, I have this thing going for me, but we're talking about surviving here, couldn't agree? That's why you got to go back and hustle. Look at Kazulu. The man begged for job. Look at Clarence Massacre to LTA. Look at how you call it? The other commissioner at LTA. Look at these guys there. Representative, senator, but they come into beg for job. And Fubi want to tell me that somebody like Dazo stay hanging on to survive. Hey, Conor Gray, let me know where we gotta go, my man. Just take it away.
Stanton, thanks. Thank you, fellow panelists. Madam, how are you today? Good. Stanton, there's a culture in Liberia. People are not driven towards accomplishment. They're driven towards, you know, making sure that they meet the requirement of their bellies. How can you be a liaison and then hold on to another job? How effective would you be? Matter of fact, he's been there since what, May? I want him to cap some of his accomplishments. Daza will tell you nothing. He's another paycheck collector. And that is why the country, the level of productivity is so low, because people are not driven about the accomplishment. They point you to a piece of job. What are some of your own ambitions that you accomplish by the time you are taken from the job? Dazzle doesn't seem to have a single white paper that you can tell you these are my accomplishments. And that's how it is across the country. They point somebody as as boss for some agency. They don't care what are some of their accomplishments. How can you serve Musa effectively, or the CMC, which is his right, and then at the same time serve to become liaison? What has he accomplished? Give somebody the job that will be able to produce. I think that's a very tedious role in itself, liaison to the House of Legislature, because there's so many things that are coming up there. You can't be in two places at the same time. You're not omnipotent. So be at one place at the same time and serve there well and come up with a set of accomplishment that somebody can put in a dossier and say, yes, this guy did well while he was over there. Well, you're running here and there. So I'm one of those guys. I don't support those kinds of things. I think he's not going to be effective in both areas. Maybe he's over there because he wants to run on that party ticket. Well, serve one. Either you serve that or you go on the other side. But you want to run behind two masters, you're going to lose both because they will go to different directions. You're not going to be able to catch up with one.
And thank you very much. I think it's only fair to say we will stop this fight by faith, leaning on the law and trusting that you cannot serve two masters at the same time. And what we're seeing from Sanders or Johnson, a lot of politicians in the country, they're going to do those things till 2028, 2029, then they find a stable role. I really want to say this. Sanders, my friend, he's my brother. I spoke to him today and I told him, I said, Dazzle, you got to make a decision. I did. I spoke to him today and I told him I was going to discuss it on the show first thing. I told him, I said, you got to make a decision. If you're opposition, you're opposition. You cannot be oppo in. Oppo in. I don't know how you call it. It's wrong, right? But it is why it is. And I think that any plan will uncover that plan. I want to welcome all of you, especially Councillor Lafia E. Orisha Good. I'd like to say quickly, let me put this up. We have Edwin Mervyn Snow in Houston, Texas, attending one of the CER program, a conference. He got 3 conferences to attend, different set, and all about energy, oil production, and everything. Edwin Mervyn Snow is basically traveling with these different assignments. And that's a great thing to know that Edwin Snow here in the United States are getting involved and engaged on an international energy conversation, and we wish him well. So I'll put this one down. We'll call Edwin Snow after Councillor Good, and he will give us update and talk to us. He's president in the United States. A great thing is happening, as I heard, but we'll get information from Edwin Snow. I also want to say now, Simon 12 want to quote today. We discussed that a big one, man. The government witness can't see anything. They say all the document MIA, everything gone. So they can't say anything further. I don't know. And right now, as we speak, maybe they have adjourned. The block meeting was happening on Zoom concerning Yeka Koluba, whether they will impeach him, whether they will remove him, whether they will suspend him, whether they will kick him out, whatever term you want to use. They were having a serious meeting today that the House of Representatives will be called back to session for this one purpose. They will not be called back about border issue. They are not calling them back to take care of the people celebrate that the government of Liberia not paying everybody, but they will be called back only, and they will pay them only to remove Yeke Koruba or to suspend Yeke Koruba. And also, we're talking about the LPRC issue. I promised you yesterday with the document in my possession concerning Amos 12. We have a full discussion on hey, did Amos 12 eat the money based on those allegations? But I heard today through my investigation, guess what, Fubi? It happened in the CDC government too. They were giving fake receipt. So I put my hand on my head. I said, so Amos 12 just walk under the same pattern. It happened in CDC. It's happening. There's nothing changed now. Everybody just take the money and run away. Hey, I will talk my own and they can talk their own. I want to welcome my dear sister, my dear friend, President Chinua Richardson. I want to welcome Pastor Lafia E. Oroshagood, the doctor, the pastor, Emmanuel George. Welcome to the show. The retired colonel, AFL at Reverend Gray. It's good to see you. The 2 master's degree holder now on his way to Oxford University, not Oxford, some kind of university they may come to attend in America. But again, congratulations to him for his pre-wedding date, September 9. And we leave that one. Let's welcome one to tier 1, 2. Jefferson Chesson, we're waiting for you to take your exam for you to be able to represent us. Harris Fubi, stay in Burkina Faso where he doing that when go and know. But we wish you good luck, my brother Harris Fubi. And the former representative to be, because if they suspend you or they remove you, we'll call you former representative Yeke Koruba. It's good to have everybody. Let's give the word now to our brother, our friend, the chairman ANC, Councillor Lefia E. Oroshagood. Councillor, welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
And thank you to your many panelists who have, over the past months and for some years, been contributing immensely to the upliftment of our country. So thank you. I'm excited to be here and very grateful that I have an opportunity on your platform.
It's good to have you on. Like you can see, you know, sitting in the middle of your party global chair and your former party member who is now the global chair of CMC as well, Dr. Richardson, and of course, George. You say what? Councillor? Chairman? Can somebody send Starlink to him? Or that's me? Emmanuel, what happened with your party chairman? Emmanuel George, what happened with your party chairman? You're muted, Emmanuel.
The chairman is Starlink.
Emmanuel, you're muted. What happened to your party chairman?
The chairman is good. He consulting.
You what?
That's Starlink for the member.
Okay.
The chairman is re-collaborating. He will come on.
Oh, but where is Mr. Regroup? You said regroup and remember the thing about Vandal Patrick. Where is Vandal Patrick? We stopped seeing him.
I didn't say you were regrouping. The chairman is collaborating. He will be back. Okay, we hope he can come back. Yeke, welcome to the show. Yeke, give us an update from your colleague from the House of Representatives, Yeke. We heard today the minority black, some members of the minority black, as of 3:30 p.m. today, you guys were on Zoom call having serious meeting concerning the proposed impeachment or suspension document that people circulating around for signature. Can you give us an update, Yeke?
So, of the minority black, I'm not aware of any meeting. If there were a meeting, I was not a part of the meeting. But what I know is the black is in tight. But I don't think we'll be called back. But if we are called back, at purpose, I think I will take all the time to tell the people present or have been made complex from the have been made jobless from the transport ministry. Our people have been taken from homes. You know, those are serious issues. The World Trade Center since they closed that place because they were alleged that somebody played with somebody's documents. You know, your crime is not transferable. You carry the play with the document, not to make everybody, everybody there plus issue. Who was river that born
Yeah. What happened with you too? You having technical issue too, okay?
I have a Starlink.
Yeah, but you have the cheaper version of the Starlink, okay?
No problem. At least I'm all right.
Yeah, you own now. We can. Yeah, you try to get a 650. I heard that the 650 Starlink can work better. If you get a 150, you are like Fandela Patrick. Then when you don't hear, you get better, and he calls you. Then you stop coming on spoon. So
no, I get it. So but at least you can hear me, so it's okay for me.
Okay, we can hear you now. Finish up.
So like I was saying, a lot of people have been made homeless. Those are important situations. We have a serious crisis to the border where our people can go into Guinea and come out, And I was talking to one journalist today, he was trying to tell me something. I don't know. He was saying the government is trying to talk to all the media institutions not to talk about this issue. At least after 1 month, that's a normal laboratory. It will die down. I don't know how truthful it is. And I think I would want to ask you to Stanton, if you are part of the media house and the people talking to not to talk about this issue, because it is the right of the Liberian people to be informed, because there's a serious situation.
Yeah, but how dare you ask me that question, my brother?
No, I
want to call me and say, don't talk about it.
I want to know.
Yeah, but who would have called me and say, don't talk about it? I mean, you can't. Okay, I understand, but notwithstanding, nobody called me though.
I don't know why you're angry. So people are saying it's us I spoke.
No, I'm not angry. We're going to discuss the border issue, and that's exactly why Councilor here today, Councilor Gu. We discuss the border issue too. I'm not angry. I'm just saying, if anybody know me, I would talk everything and talk more. So nobody can stop us. We must discuss this border issue, but we must be sincere with the Liberian people as to the working of the president, Jose Boakai. Some people would disagree, but we all will understand that President Boakai, at some point, if you don't want war, what do you want? That's a question people need to answer. If you do not, you as an individual say no more war, then what do you want? Because the last result would be war. But you don't want war. So when the old man said diplomacy, then you got to applaud the old man. But let's give it to Councilor Gould. Let's give it to him, because then we can get into the conversation. We got a lot. Cemetery issue, Sam Jackson issue, LPRC, the border, and a lot of other stories coming up, popping up every day. Go to the LCC, see some of the report. GSC report is coming up, folks. Don't forget. The other report is bad. What I saw today is bad for the government. GSC is about to spill the beans. It's bad for the government. A lot of misappropriation. I will not say that one. A lot of stealing. Let me say it very simply. Stealing. That's what's happening. But let's bring in Councilor Gu. Councilor, it's good to see you, my friend. I'm sorry that we went off on you. Are you okay now? You are muted, Councilor. Can you unmute?
Hello?
Yes, you're good now. Go ahead, talk to us.
All right. Well, thank you, Liberia, and welcome. Thank you for having me on your show. I had some technical issues. I was hearing you, but apparently you were not hearing me. So I'm glad to be here, and so I can partake in the conversation ongoing. I'm happy to be amongst these distinguished panelists, and I hope I can contribute a thing or two to the discourse tonight.
Yeah, like we say, you're always welcome. Let's do that, which is right. Let's talk to the people. Councilor, quickly, let's jump into it. Give us update on the Sam Jackson case, if you don't mind, please. You are the one representing him. Am I correct?
Well, yes. I along with a few other lawyers, my firm was contacted along with, and then an attorney, a lawyer joined us, and then one Councilor Cephas volunteer. So, and the reason I decided to be a part of this is that, we try to be meticulous when we look at the facts, and we ought to be careful in this country not to be moved by just sentiments, because this thing can happen to anybody. So when we look at the facts and we analyze them, when they placed the call to me initially, I was on my way to Bond County, so I seconded one of our lawyers to represent us there. But when I came back and we looked at the facts and analyzed it, and we determined that there was no way that was possible. And so what we would do, we'd try to accord the gentleman all his rights as guaranteed under our Constitution. And so we agreed to work with him. And what we're finding out now, you will find out that, this was just an unfortunate situation. I don't want to preempt the investigation, but we're quite sure that there was no foul play that took place here. And because, I also stand for justice. The role I play in the political sphere of our country, I have to be meticulous about the engagement I have. But I'm very sure that, this is not one of those things that is being pushed under the carpet. And so we boldly took it. And so I'm very proud of that, because we stand for justice. Eventually, just a matter of time, you will find out that the facts will come out. And I guess Mr. Jackson will be given an opportunity to bury his wife in a decent and dignified manner.
Do we have the death certificate?
Well, the death certificate had been recovered by our team. Today I was in Buchanan, but I've learned that my team secured it. We'll look at it tomorrow and take it from there. Yes, we do.
Do you have the result of the autopsy report that was done by the government?
We don't have that report officially as yet. There's been some whispers about what may have occurred, but we have written a letter to the government, giving a notice of our desire to conduct an independent autopsy as well, because this is the spouse of our client and wanting to know what occurred and what may have triggered her death. The ministry rightfully wrote back in a timely manner, though, and said that because they are investigating now and there's an ongoing investigation, so they would prefer that we wait until they have done and then we can proceed. So no big issue there. There are some small issues in the mix of the letter, but we're not going to nitpick on those kind of things. We'll get to the substantive issue and stay focused.
Are you concerned when you saw the death certificate? Are you concerned about any one of these findings?
No, I mean, look, if you look at the prior medical history, I'm not a medical practitioner, but in order to be a lawyer, you have to do a lot of analytical skills, something you have to be able to analyze fully well. If you look at the prior medical history, you will find out that there seems to be a trend here. I'm not going to preempt what the cause of death is, because we're waiting for the pathologist to come out, or the medical death examiner, forensic medical death examiner, investigator to come up with something. But you can see from an amateur standpoint that someone who have had prior medical history of seizures and been falling off, and I have a member of my family who occasionally have this and will wound themselves very severely as a result of this as well. So this is not surprising. But again, if you don't have a few of this, it's easier to get into the innuendos that's being spread out by the public and all of the rumors. And then
my last question, and we're bringing the rest of the guys, starting with Dr. Richardson. The cause of death on the death certificate, is it consistent with her medical report? Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear.
It appears to me that will be consistent. Yes, it appears to me. But again, I don't profess to be a medical practitioner, but in a reasonable layman's view, it appears to be reasonable. I mean, if you...
I beg you, Chief, because we have many, but I got to squeeze this in. What I heard and what I saw, bleeding. And if you look at the medical report, all of the medical report from the United States, Liberia, South Africa, there's nothing about bleeding. So when you say consistent, and if it is true that the cause of death, one of those reasons is bleeding, internal bleeding, you think we should be concerned here?
No. If you bang your head every now and then as a result of a fall that you're having due to epilepsy or something of that sort, then it's possible some of those injuries will occur inward. And if they do, there will be occasional bleeding. And if those bleedings are not, mitigated or attended to on a timely basis, it could trigger your death. So this is not an inconsistency. This is quite normal for that kind of injury if it occurs, and particularly given to the health conditions of our country and the length of time it took for medical care to have been provided. That will explain that. Now, beyond that, if somebody wants to use a conspiracy theory and say that somebody did this.
Okay, Emmanuel Joshua, do something, man. We are not hearing you, Councillor. So, folks, we are on the St. Jackson, the allegation. Let's see if we get a Councillor back. And Dr. Richardson, you should come in, please.
I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you complete your answer? Then Dr. Richardson will come in with a question.
So the point I was making is that, there's going to be a lot of conspiracy theories. And this one happened and this one happened. In law, you can even accuse a hamburger if you want, or chicken if you want. The thing is to provide proof. You have to show, without any sentiments of emotion, you have to show that somebody was they were responsible for doing this, and they did this. As a result, this occurred. In the absence of that, all of the other things we're talking will just be speculation. And we're very grateful. I don't think the police they're trying to buy into all of the pressure. What they're after, they're trying to find evidence that will link our client to any wrongdoing. In the absence of that, I don't think anybody, any reasonable person will want to just trump out some charges for the sake of doing it because of public pressure. And so if even we who are defense lawyers, if we saw something that shows otherwise, we will have a conversation with our client. But there hasn't been any, there possibly can be none, given the prior medical history.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let's stick with the Uncle Sam, what is happening, while we have the time to question his lead lawyer, Councillor Good. Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, hi, Councillor Good. Welcome to the show. I also want to welcome all Liberians who are listening. I've often said that there are two issues on the table for me. One, we have a death of a woman, and then the second one is about intimate personal violence. Those two things, as it relates to women, are troubling to me. And my question to you, in what ways do you think that our legal system could be strengthened as it relates to the death of a woman and also intimate personal violence?
I didn't understand the last portion of the question. In what way? What?
Our legal system, from the police all the way up to the Supreme Court or the court system, could be strengthened as it relates to the death of a woman and interpersonal or intimate personal violence.
Oh, thank you. Look, first and foremost, let me say this. I come from a family, particularly on the Mount side, where I have six sisters and one. I'm the only boy among the six girls. So you will understand where I come from, and representing a political party where more than 60% of our membership are female. you know where I will come from. So I stand on the side of female, particularly the fact that they have been disadvantaged in this country for ages. So I think there's a lot to be done to strengthen what happened to women in this country, particularly domestic violence, is an issue. There have been times where a woman will go to the police and say, something happened to me, and say, what you go do in the main room? And they just brush it off as being normal. We don't stand for that. I think it's bad. It appears that we have more laws, I mean, enough laws on the book to deal with these things. I think the implementation has been an issue. So I frown on all of that. But in spite of all of that, our ultimate goal is transparent justice here. Irrespective of who the victim is, I think we all should call for justice. And if a man dies, it's just as important as if a woman dies, even though women are considered a weaker vessel because of the long history of indifference towards them. So this is something that we should be concerned about, and I'm also concerned about that. In fact, I champion many female matters as a result of this thing without any fee because of this disparity that exists in our country today. But on this issue, I think the sentiments play out more than the facts led us. I think because of the mouth of Mr. Jackson, people tend to disliking and push against him more so, and quite frankly, it was strange that I found myself defending him when in fact he has always been against some of the interests we have. But as professionals, we have to learn to separate that and keep our country going. So I think we can do a lot more to strengthen the rights of women. I see there are some regulations and legislation that's taking place. We want to champion it. I think they should have more rights. This is something that I think the court system is doing. In fact, this Chief Justice is taking some steps to ensure that that happens in the judiciary. So I'm all for it, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I'm going to bring in Yeket. We'll keep Dr. George for last because as his party chairman on this issue. Yeket, we have Councillor Gu concerning Sam Jackson. What's your question?
So from the initial stage, I've been saying that other forms start up, that they were not going to find any because they were being very personal. They got politics. It's very difficult stuff. Look at the is there with Sam Jackson sleep here? This place and not somebody living room. You want to sit, you can sit. That's been very aggressive. You can't do that to your police officers are to remain neutral. Because you're serving the public. It is the public money they are using to pay you. It's not Joseph Walker personal money they're using to pay you. So you want to satisfy him. And as long as the police, the security apparatus want to satisfy an individual, this is what we're going to find. They did the same thing with the fire situation to the Capitol building because they want to satisfy an individual. Now, what the case going away, and those people will be exonerated. No evidence. No evidence. That's poor security thing they're doing so. Partisan police.
Do you agree with Representative Koruba, Councillor Gu? Do you agree with Yeket?
Well, look, Representative Koluba is very verbose. He uses a lot of colorful words. I wouldn't venture into that, characterization of the police. But and as a legal person, I will be very circumspect and tactful on the words that I will use, given the circumstance. But I think there could have been better ways to convey the sentiments expressed by the police initially. But I want to say, though, beyond that point, I think they have exhibited a depth of professionalism. We have no reason that they will be disingenuous and unprofessional towards the oath of office. At the moment, we're cooperating with them fully. I mean, when chicken white is white, there's nothing else we can do. If the man did it, the facts will show. If he didn't do it, the facts will show. There's nothing else we can do, and that's all we're asking for. If Mr. Jackson did it, I will be the first to say on this network. If as we know that he didn't do such, that's why I'm here. I mean, this is not a popular stance to take at the moment, but we stand for the truth. And sometimes it can be uncomfortable, given the sentiments that has been flowing during the initial stage of this episode. Nevertheless, we believe that the police could have conveyed the sentiments in another way. However, they continue to remain professional, and we want to thank them for that.
Phoebe, let's hear you.
So good evening, Chairman.
Good evening. Good evening. How the District 9 hustle?
District 9, they will sort themselves on already. Yeah, but it's good that you want to represent. You spoke well, and it's good that you are on the team to represent Uncle Sam. And like I said yesterday, the police, if they don't have the evidence to tie him to whatever allegation that they're talking about, it's better to let him go than to be pushing around, because there are a lot of missteps in the whole procedure in the first place. So everybody should understand that, and the sentiment, the public sentiment that also went around initially, they took everybody, it was like a wave. So now I think the dust is settling. So the real issues now are being discussed. So I think they need to look at it from that point of view. So we're still watching and seeing how the process will unfold.
Wanto, you got a question on this?
No, see, I think you've asked all of the questions that were imagined to ask. Again, as always, I hope justice take a course in fairness, and also one thing I always say, CEO, is that in as much as I do, I'm not losing faith in the justice system, but I think there is a gap in investigation mechanism in Liberia, and I'm very keen on this, that if you look in a police force right now, CEO, if you go to the police station for a case, they will write your report on a copybook. Any of the police station, even the smaller zones that across border, they've got them with just bring one. In fact, the other one, the police headquarters, will give you a copybook to write your stuff. In other area nearby, they'll ask you to go buy sheet, and they'll use a sheet to say, oh yeah, what a case, what happened. We have no data, no information, even on past history. Sex trafficking in Liberia don't have a history. It's dangerous, very dangerous in our country. And some of the things that I do think the police should do is to be honest with the lack of mechanism, but they are building a system on not understanding the gap they have, but they are using international methodology to prove that they have, some type of sophistication.
But what Councilor Gu got to do with that one? We're talking about Sam Jackson case.
No,
he brings us the international methodology. So let's move to the next person to ask a question.
No,
so,
I ain't got no
Sam
question
Jackson
with Councilor
case.
Gu. See you. I just
No, I understand. I feel your
terrible.
pain, but Councilor Gu, you know.
It's terrible, CEO. So that's my point. But I hope justice goes well, and I appreciate the councilor for coming. I have no questions, but I think there's a lot of things that must change in our sector.
But while the councilor is out, but you think Gregory is doing something? At least he's trying, though. Well, do you think Gregory have transformed or somewhat changed?
No, I'm not criticizing Gregory, right?
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think he have tried to bring some discipline and changes to the Liberian National Police to make it a modern police unit? Do you think so?
That's the modern police unit. I disagree with some of the policy. I think he has brilliant ideas, but
okay.
it's Gregory challenge. He live in the US. He school at one of the best school in the world, Harvard. I think he's constrained to transition the police force with the existing methodology he's seen in the US. And that is the challenge there. The challenge is to bring that system, yes, CEO, it requires serious financing. It requires serious kind of
But
tools.
then
to
you
do
get
that.
it right, because if the government got to be part of it as well. But as Gregory Coleman, do you think he have brought some changes that will help us in the long term at the Liberian National Police?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of professional changes I can point to. I think the police force, I love the kind of respect driven within the force itself. I think officers also are being, highly trained, highly qualified. But
Thank
I'm
you.
speaking more about the investigation mechanism. Like imagine the man who say forensic investigation. CEO, take your own take your own. Yeah.
So I want to bring in Conor Gray and Jefferson, and I think you're right to say he have tried to bring in some changes. Now it's still a work in progress, with the financial constraint and everything. And I'm happy for you who want to. You are seeing us out of the block, and to say yes, indeed, he have brought in some changes, and that's a plus for Gregory. I think he can do more, and where he gonna leave out, others can ride on it. And Conor Gray, I think this is a unique thing to even hear from. I want to that Gregory have brought in some professional changes, and it will go down in history. Conor Gray, before we bring in Jefferson Chelsea.
Central, I don't know if those changes are measurable. I think they are person centered. If Mr. Coleman were to leave the entity now, what legacy is going to be there for somebody to follow? It's like a car. You don't have to be an engineer to drive it, but there's a legacy of driving a car. If you ask me what my brother Awanto is raising, it's very peculiar with our system. People are not, they're not driven to accomplish, legacy that people that will live on after. Take for instance, when I think it was Dr. Ford, when he went to labor ministry, what they have there today, where they are going after foreigners to work permit and so on. It was created by that individual. People who have come they're just gone with flow without tide, but they have not made any cosmetic or soluble, tangible changes that people can say, yes, when this person was there, this was what was done. If Mr. Coleman were to leave the entity today, somebody else would bring their own person-centered approach, which is what professionalism is void of. So if you ask me, I don't think he's doing well. Don't get me wrong. But it seems as though he does not have his own personal goal to leave a legacy that others can come and follow or build upon. Why should people still be writing reports? What's wrong with you creating a system with just little or nothing with your contact, especially after going to Harvard, sitting down with some people? Contact your friends and say, look, I want to build a forensic power startup or structure, so that when you leave, they can even name the Coleman Center for Forensic, something like that, that somebody will come and say, when he was there, this was what he left. If you ask me, I'm not seeing any of that, to be frank. And don't say because the system can't afford that, so you can foster that as a personal accomplishment. That's what I don't like about the Liberian system. What are you going to leave when you leave? Because some people are saying, oh, it's UP police, so it's more partisan. Even though he's trying his best to divert himself from there. Yesterday was the other guy who was there.
But I gotta interrupt you because we're bringing Jefferson Chelsea and Kasoloku coming back. But let me say this to you, Conor Gray. It's important that we're gonna ask whether it will be good enough after he leaves or whether it's just a one-off thing. But folks are disagreeing with you that he have brought structural changes to the entire.
Somebody should show me.
But when you ask for, you're right, but we are seeing something though. The traffic changes, right? That's something big. The other government can choose to run with it, or the government can choose to stop it. Keke oil industry, it have decreased, and and look at the Keke accident have decreased massively. You can talk about other changes, respect to the Liberian National Police folks. Now we get skirmishes here and there that people complain about. Gregory is firing people, he's dismissing people. Now the overall, Gregory can be in trouble because of some other things, but he is so on point when you talk about transforming the Liberian National Police. And that's what I want to say, professional changes.
No.
And
Want to also highlight a specific change.
No, you said professional. You said professional changes. That's what he said.
No, I heard him saying the method of investigation. People are still writing incapable.
We agreed to that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but I agree. I'm not talking about writing incapable. It's financial issue. It's a restraint on money. They can work on that. What I'm saying, want to say professional changes, and everybody heard him, which is very important. If you start with the professional changes, you can ask for more allocation, more money, and you can go through all the zones in the country to help them with more equipment, right? And that's what we are talking about. But your point is,
let me say this one thing and leave you. Hopefully the council can have a question for him. If those changes are indelible, definitely they will not be calling Mr. Gregory Coleman UP Police.
Well, it's politics.
They
will say call it. No.
Let me ask you my question.
Yeah. No. But let me move to Jeff. I beg you, Chief.
Let me ask a question.
You want to ask the councilor your question?
Yes. Let me ask the councilor a question.
Go ahead.
The ultimate goal of every defense counsel is to seek the acquittal of their client. Counsel, tell me why is your client not guilty?
Of committing. That's all. The facts don't lead into that. Stanton, would you unmute me?
We can hear you, sir. You are very clear. It's you muted yourself again. Just don't tell, you got to unmute yourself now because you muted yourself. Now you're good. Yeah.
The facts don't lead to him committing any crime. We believe that the evidence available doesn't show that he committed the crime that is being speculated and alleged to have committed. And so that's why we want him exonerated from the investigation. We're not talking about any acquittal here. He's hasn't been charged. We're just talking about exoneration from the investigation so that he continue with going to do normal thing when someone gets bereaved in this state is to try to make arrangements and bury your wife. You know, it's unfortunate that all of these happen that will trickle the medical history of his wife. I'm sure some of these things were private that they kept when they were dealing with as a family. Now it has to come out so that somehow we can see the clearer picture of what may have occurred. So it's very unfortunate, but that is why we want him exonerated. It's not because he sent that. As I said to you, we all knew on this show that Uncle Sam got a big mouth. If you mind a mouth, you probably want to do a lot worse to him. But we ought to get away from that. This is not a personal issue. You can't pay for a crime that you didn't commit. And this is bad, especially when your wife died. Put yourself in that shoes. If something unfortunate happens to you like that, and while you are in the process of grieving and making arrangements to put your head around all that has happened, and the next thing you got to be defending your life, your character about this. This is quite unfortunate, especially if you didn't do this. Now, if he did that, and the evidence was suggesting that he did that, I mean, I will be joining others to call for the prosecution. We see none of those, absolutely not. And at the end of the day, you will come to the same conclusion that I've come to.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring in Jefferson and we'll go to Dr. George. Welcome to the show, the Junior Counselor Group. Welcome. Jeff?
Yeah, Stanton, thank you. So two things quick. You were talking about the Liberian National Police and as to whether the police has improved on Gregory Coleman. Stanton, I would think otherwise. Given all the reports on the police, I would think that the police under Gregory has degenerated into a partisan police, where they're not able to provide protection for the very citizens they are paid to protect. You can remember about the shooting and killing of the people in Kenjo. The police went there, shot point blank, and killed unarmed civilians who were merely protesting for their rights. You are aware of the boy that was shot in his
So let's
home.
move to the counselor. We can have that conversation at the end of the program, though. We asked him, counselor, a good question.
Yeah, Councillor, I just have one concern about the case. Do you feel comfortable with the report that will be coming out of the autopsy that was conducted without your representative being present during the conduct of the autopsy? Do you have confidence in that report?
Well, we have some concerns, and we're not comfortable with a report that did not involve the parties involved, and so that is why we are opted to do an independent forensic pathologist examination from our side, just to ensure that there's some level of fairness here. But it is what it is. Let's see whether they have a professional duty as well to ensure that the report is fair and transparent. So let's see whether those involved will exhibit and live up to that standard that is imposed upon them. But once you don't have that participation to watch it, so you have some concerns, and so we are uncomfortable. But let them play their hand, and we see. As for now, we have no reason to doubt their professionalism. We'll wait and see what happens.
Just a piggyback of that question, but I mean, it wasn't illegal, right?
No. The state handles investigation as such, but in the interest of transparent justice, and particularly if you're talking about the spouse of an individual, you will want if you're conducting an autopsy on a man's wife who has not been charged, you will want him to have a say and participate in that. You can't just commandeer the body and just want to run an autopsy based on allegations. I think they should have provided the courtesy, and protocol will allow that he would have been represented. That's the decency about this.
But we understand that, Councilor. Let's just take it back. It's not illegal, and you say yes. The rest of it is the courtesy.
To the best of my knowledge, it's not illegal.
Thank you. Let me move to Dr. George quickly, Jeff, please. Thank you, Dr. George. Let's bring you in.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman. Hope you're doing great this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm wondering, since you have taken over this case, have there been any issues raised by the South African embassy or the South African government concerning their citizens?
Councilor, are you hearing us?
I'm not hearing him. I didn't hear him.
That what happened in
what was your question?
They get each other.
No, they cannot do the ASU.
ASU forget each other. Hey God. Let's pause again. Let allow the ASU.
How we hear each other when you go or congregate between us?
Oh,
there you.
Okay, so
but our former member there, congregate, you're mad. You got mad.
Oh, yeah, he coming back. He coming back.
I remember that. Don't mind.
He didn't get the heritage ticket, Chairman. He Dr. Richards thing. They just need to know place it they are. But
you gotta go to Juju for that Richardson to come back. Forget. Go ahead, Emmanuel. Your question.
My question, Councillor, is that have the South African government raised any issue with you concerning their citizen? Do you have any information whether the South African government have raised any issue regarding this case?
No, the South African government has been very professional. They, like any interested and responsible country, will be concerned as to what happened to their citizen. They haven't raised any particular question. They just want to follow the facts and then move forward. So they've been very cooperative. They're extremely professional. So there's no issue there. I mean, they will follow the facts and see where the Lord will lead all of us. And so there has been nothing untoward or unusual about their action towards all of this. They're in empathy with the situation, and they're hoping if there's foul play, they'll find out who the perpetrator is. If there's none, they would like to get on with the burial of the citizen and allow the process to take place. So they've been very cooperative.
Let me ask you a question. Let's do this fast. We'll bring in your cousin, Councillor Gu. But let me say this, though. Have you guys received anything so far now from Gregory Coleman and the Liberian National Police? Or you guys just on a waiting game? You and your client?
Well, this is not a chicken that I lost his life here. This is not, we're not talking about a dog here. This is human being. So the investigation continues. We're not just playing waiting game, so to speak. We're preparing up for our autopsy. We're preparing for any eventuality. If somebody want to be mischievous and throw up some charges, we're prepared for that as well. But we believe that the police will be professional. They will try to back whatever charge they have with the evidence available to them. And so it's not a waiting game. We're not in much rush per se if our goal is to unearth what the truth is surrounding the death of the lady. I think Mr. Jackson would like to get on with burying his wife, but he's not in much of a hurry to, cover up anything that may have happened untoward in that respect. And so therefore we are cooperating with investigation. They have asked to preserve the body in a way that it will continue to be preserved, and that is it.
Will your client walk?
Well, the evidence suggests that the client will walk. The evidence suggests that the client will walk, but it's left with the investigators based on what they find. I believe the client will walk. Yes, I believe so, because he didn't commit any crime. It's just unfortunate.
Councillor B. Gu, do you have a question for Councillor E. Gu?
No, couldn't. No, I just have a comment. In criminal investigation, there are two things sometimes to consider when you have a suspect that talks a lot. It's good for the investigator. It's very good. It's a very good suspect for us who have a criminal investigative background. If we have a suspect that talks a lot, it's a very good suspect to us. In fact, we can, we don't even go to wanting to arrest him. We let him keep talking, and while we're doing our investigation. I didn't see that happen in this case. I think the too much talking led to him being declared a suspect even before the determination that a crime had been committed, because there's no medical report. So on what basis in the first place, there was no death certificate. On what basis in the first place was a criminal investigation conducted. So I saw it as a little misstep. Also, it's not how loud that a suspect talks that will make a police case to be good. That's the flip side. A police case will be good when you have weighted and cogent evidence. So that's what makes the case. Because now, assuming the suspect decide not to talk at all, you have to carry him to court on the strength of your evidence and not on his silence. Assuming he talks a lot, you have to take him to court on the strength of your evidence and not on what he says, even though what he says sometimes can lead you to building your evidence. So generally, I think that there were little missteps in the process. And when you ask the question, Stanton, about whether the autopsy was illegal, well, you can consider that to be illegal. You can consider it to be irregular. And sometimes it is the issue now about the admissibility of the report into evidence. And it is the court that decides the admissibility of the evidence of that report. The court could decide, because if the person is not represented, we say in law is voidable. It means it can be corrected. You can conduct a second autopsy and allow the defense to be present. So those are things that can be corrected, but the process doesn't make it illegal. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor. It's good to have you give us some of the story on Uncle Sam Jackson. Is there anything else you want to add? We're about to jump to the next one. The reason why you're here. You want to add anything concerning this case? Councilor Gu? The councilor is holding us in slow motion.
There are two councilor Gu now. So I say Igu or BB.
Yeah, Councilor Chairman. But we have two chairmen too. We got one for ALP too, and he resigned. All right, so Councilor ANC. The man internet giving problem. But it was kind of strange though. It was kind of strange that they both.
I think he keeps getting calls. That's why.
Dr. Richardson, kind of strange that they both ANC members couldn't hear each other. What do you think?
That you the one did it. You.
I don't think anything about it.
Okay. Listen, I'm just observing this thing, but I want to ask the councilor when he returned, the bruises on her body, he cared to speak about that, the red eye, the bruises on her chest area, the surgery mark on her head. And he gotta explain, because what we are hearing, if they do call Uncle Sam in, two things happening: a negligent homicide. That's what we are hearing that he will be charged with. Or if they cannot find any supporting evidence to charge Uncle Sam with negligent homicide, then he will walk. So we hope to have the councilor here. But what we do is, Dr. Richardson, let's come and talk about Samuel Twe. When the councilor come back, we'll go back to him. But something happened today, right? Missing FIA records raised question in Twe tribe. Today. And guys, the Samuel Twe story is a big one. And everybody's so eager to hear that. What's going on here? I'm kind of confused though. And we'll come to you, Dr. Richardson. Let's go to the lawyer, Councilor Gu, the former ALP chairman, Councilor. I thought as a prosecutor, you should have all your T crossed and your I dotted before you take that witness to court. What actually went wrong? Did you follow the story today, Councilor Gu?
Yeah, I followed the story.
Is this common for the government witness to say that we don't have a document to show? Can you help us? Can you explain this for us?
Well, firstly, let me clarify that I was never a chairman of ALP. I know you're joking. Let me clarify that first.
Yeah, you were chairman for one of the party, my man. But let's hear that.
No, I didn't chair any of them.
All right, you are chairman for the left.
I didn't chair anything.
You were chairman for the left organization. Okay, let's move now. Let's get back to Samuel Twe issue.
I was not chairman either. But anyway, sometimes in criminal prosecution, you subpoena documents from institutions, right? Sometimes you do it even before doing your investigative, doing the investigation. You can subpoena those documents from the institution. There are other times that you can subpoena them during trial. But it's good if it is a very strong evidence that you're looking for or that you want to use, it's good to have it in your hand before going to court. In all of our trainings, that what I know, you need to have your strongest evidence with you because it is the strongest evidence that you take before the grand jury to obtain an indictment. At the era of the ministerial code where you have preliminary examination, you can just use small, just to prove that crime was committed, and this person has a little, you can see reason to think that the person is linked, so you develop probable cause. But at the grand jury, it's where you carry the strongest pieces of evidence to obtain the indictment. So I don't know the theory, like we said, right? I don't know why they choose to do. I don't know how important those documents that were subpoenaed are to the state case. I can't say it because I don't know. But I think for me, as a prosecutor, I will have my evidence in my hand before I go to to the court, then to think that it's somewhere that I can subpoena it, and when that subpoena is not there, then it brings confusion and a lot of misinterpretation, a lot of public opinion about it, coming to your case. And so it's not a good thing to do. But again, the prosecutors have the strategy. Every prosecutor has his or her strategy in a particular case at a particular time. So maybe that's a strategy that was employed by the team of prosecutors now to have waited for this time to subpoena the records.
And my thing is that let me come in. It's good that we got Councilor Gould back. We got Councilor Gould back. I want us to get to this Summit 12 issue as soon as possible. And it's good that we have Councilor Gould here because it's very important for us to have this conversation. Councilor Gould, we got to leave the Sam Jackson case. We got to go to the border and the Summit 12 and other national issue. But quickly, I want you to close on the Sam Jackson case. We saw bruises on the body. It raised a lot of concern, gender concern and other concern. And what is happening today is that, can you just tell us, since you're representing Uncle Sam, are those current bruises, or have your client said anything concerning the bruises on her body, or at the time or prior to?
Many of the things that you spoke to when you were asking your question. So the bruise that is closest to the heart is a result of the effort trying to resuscitate and use a CPR or something to bring her back to life. So it was that pressure employed. That has been verified by the medical practitioners. There were other bruises that for which pictures occurred in the media. They are old pictures. There were some that occur as a result of old injuries, old pictures as well. So nothing consistent with any foul play. All of the injuries or the stitches marked that you've seen, they were all something that can be reasonably explained. There's nothing here that occurred that was sinister. This is just an unfortunate situation where somebody fell. Unfortunately, there weren't many persons around that could provide help at the time. When help came, they went to the hospital. There was little the hospital could do, and as a result, we had a death. And at the end of the day, you will find out all of this. If it was not for the mouth we probably will not have this situation. As you know, he sits on spoon many times, and you know he speaks his mind, and many times even against
Are
some of
you
what.
saying that the government witch hunting, Uncle Sam?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the public sentiment perhaps against him because he seemed to be a very loud person, and sometimes society have a way of alienating those kind of individuals who speak their mind.
The report was brought in by one Berry, Rufus Berry. What say you? And I believe that the picture was shared by one of their friends, one of Tony's friends out there in Liberia. Uh, you know more to this story than I do, but do you believe will the police take Rufus to be a serious whistleblower yet? Have you heard anything concerning him?
But you have to look at the letter or see what Rufus have said. I don't think it was definitive to say that uh, our client committed any crime yet. He had said that in the time past, there were some incidents that have occurred that will suggest that the police look further. And if he said that, out of good conscience, that's not my place to say that he wasn't acting good or so forth. It's left with his conscience. But you don't take a criminal case to court based on just that. You need a lot more than just that. In fact, you have to try to corroborate that and then deal with the science. And this is not 1980 or 1975 or 60 police here. We're talking about police in 2026. You have to have a lot more to deal with and to build your case. The police is not just going to throw up charges because the public wants them to do. They will have to be able to prove these things. At the end of the day,
Quickly, because we gotta go. Let me ask you quickly though. Have you asked your client whether you've ever laid hand on his wife? He ever beat on her?
I've spoken to him before, and he has said to me, "Look, there's a client attorney privilege here, but let me just say this for the sake of transparency here. I spoke to him. He said there's been about 3 years ago there were some incidents that occurred where his wife knocked on his head and stuff like that, and in the process of restraining her, there may have been some issues, but they had a very lovely family for the last 3 years, and so and all of this being corroborated. So all the story that this person is being.
So he said that to the police?
Pardon me?
Did he say that to the police?
Of course.
Okay, so he admitted that he hit her before.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the police focus is not whether or not.
No, I just want to establish something, Councillor. We have the former Chief of Staff to Mr. Arizona Cummings, the political advisor. Councillor, you on our show, sir?
Sorry, I'm not having fruits. Sorry.
Yeah, fruits. Yeah, that should not eat on the spoon talk. The political advisor, I believe one of the political chair, something, Mariah Kula, is seriously, concerned about the abuse on women. And she seriously, in most of the chat room that we are in, expressing herself, expressing those concerns. You are the ANC chairman. You are representing Sam Jackson. Mariah on the other side, she have never said to me that Uncle Sam is guilty. She's a seasoned lawyer. Well, she have expressed some serious concern, yeah. And I'm asking you, have Uncle Sam ever said to you that he have laid hand on Tony that caused those bruises?
No. And look, and let me say this. No. And let me say this. Mariah and I, we're on the same team. We stand for the same principles, set of principles. Maybe the way we go about it is probably different, but we espouse to the same set of principles. Nobody wants a person who will be beating on women. That's unfair. It's inhumane. That is not what we want. But we stand for the truth, irrespective of who this truth will benefit. So I'm not just going to get on a train and say everything against women. Also, that feminist approach. We have to be fair here, and I stand for the rights of women. But again, if justice was served that a man will not pay for a crime that he didn't commit, then that's what we should stand for. And that is the approach that we are taking.
It's taking me back now because you know I have a special relationship with Uncle Sam, but when we come on Spoon Talk, I like to be fair. The causes of the bruises on Tony's body, whether 2 years, 3 years ago, have Uncle Sam ever explained to you the bruises of her body was of what cause?
No, he had said, no, let me say this. Back in 2025, she fell on a plane. She had some bruises. About 30 minutes into on the flight into the U.S., somewhere in the airspace of New York, she fell on the plane, and they had to do an emergency landing. The documents are there, very verifiable. Back in Atlanta, she also had a fall, injured herself. He had to call 911. That's also verified. She fell at Royal Hotel.
We understand. We got most of the document to that. But lawyer, let me come to. We don't have enough time. The guys want to come on. They're looking at me badly right now. I just want to hold you there. Please allow us to understand from you. The bruises, the red eye, the big one behind her ear, the one on her, all over. You say it's old, but you just said she and Uncle Sam have some issue 2-3 years ago. That led to the bruises on her skin. Did he beat
No.
her?
No.
Are you saying all the bruises on her skin is about the fall due to the seizures?
The cut on her head. The cut on her head has been explained by the medical procedure that happened the week before she died. All right, that cut on her head. You know, nobody will injure their wife and then go do surgery on them and do stitches and all of that. So that was a medical procedure that was done.
You have two. You have a little cut, right, and you have the long one from left to right. Which one are you talking about?
The one in the back was caused by the fall as a result of the seizure.
Okay.
Now, the one on the chest was
not the chest here. Let's come back on the head. The long one. When was that done? The long cut. Was it the operation at the JFK hospital?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want us to establish. Let's talk about, did Uncle Sam ever beat on Tony?
Well, look, we asked this question, and he said that you heard him even in the video that they had some altercations where he tried to defend himself, that she was trying to knock him or so. But we didn't go into whether that caused bruises on her or the bruises now. Maybe we can ascertain that. I'm concerned about what led to her death, and that's what I'm restricted to. But we will also find out. But he has said, though, that they have had some altercation in the past, but it was like 3 years ago, and it did not lead to any bruising or any beating or so forth. He mostly was defending himself from a smack of a lady. That's how he termed it. But that is not my principal issue here. I'm more concerned about the law.
Councilor, thank you very much. I think we can move on. It's only fair to ask these questions. People are concerned. Kev, you're just joining us. You want to wait in quickly for us to move on?
Yeah, let me ask quickly. Let me say hi to everybody. Councilor, when it took the late 22 to the doctor, they did a CT scan. On that CT scan, there was two images of blood clot, which the doctor said was old due to past fall. And it's something that you brought to your knowledge. Do you know anything about it? Because according to our sources, that after they did the CT scan, they had the two blood clot that which the doctor ruled out it was an old blood clot from the past. Do you have any knowledge towards that?
Yes, we do. We were informed that the blood clots that were determined, that were seen in the CT scan, were as a result of O4. And in fact, the doctors went in to clear them out and said that the new four will have to wait because it was critically placed and they had to wait until a particular medical time before they go into to perform that kind of surgery towards it because it could wipe away memory and other things because it was close to the brain. So what they did was to neutralize it and stabilize it in a way that it will not be fatal. But going into that procedure, he was informed that it will be a 50-50 chance for his wife. So that was a risk that they had to take during the operation.
Okay. You
Thank you
also
very much, Cap. Let's roll. I beg you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilor.
The investigation is ongoing. Let's leave that once more now.
No, yeah, we are going to leave you now because it's very important for us to bring in the other topic. I'd like to bring in Sam Jackson, not Sam Jackson's, Second Samuel. I don't know which one is First Samuel, Second Samuel. But let me bring in the Second Samuel, how you call it, D12. Considering further the case, it's very important. I put this up. Most people say that.
First Samuel, you're talking about now.
Okay, so we just spoke about Second Samuel. Let's talk about First Samuel. Here's the issue about Samuel 12 and his lawyer. Consider missing FIA record raises questions into a trial. People are celebrating that. Well, this clearing Samuel 12 of the hook. Even the government cannot put the story together and they cannot tell the right story. The witnessing, we have no record. What say you? Let's start from this end. And then I will explain what I heard from the government. Because the government says something in support of the witness statement. Well, I mean, is this unusual? Well, what's going on here, Councilor?
Well, look, as you heard from my cousin there, who has some years of prosecutorial practice, if you were going to, and let's just bring this down to a layman's standpoint, if you are going to prosecute a matter, your strongest evidence you want to make sure is in your hand. And so all that will be required for you to unearth all of that, you will do it before you go. Why would you want to wait for a case to subpoena something that could show up or not show up? All that is required from the other party, there's so many legitimate excuses that could be provided for not providing the evidence that you subpoena. One, they could have misplaced it. Two, just several reasons. What do you do if the person misplaced the evidence that you rely on? Then you have a case that is handicapped. That is not as a good strategy. But again, some of those are career prosecutors, and so perhaps they have other ways, that they are trying to get this matter. But I don't see it as a good strategy. I think you should have your evidence before you, and so that you will be able to present your best foot forward to get persecution if you strongly believe that a crime has been committed. So the fact that you will subpoena documents, and then how did you derive at even charging when you subpoenaing some documents now? That means your investigation that led up to the charges were inconclusive. That will be the reasonable thought that I will have, that it will be inconclusive, because if you have to wait for some document, what are the analysis on those documents? So how did you derive the charge if you see them so critical? Or did your analysis say that for sure those things happen and you're just waiting to have them so that you will, buttress your case theory? I'm not sure that's a route you want to take. But again, those are career people. I believe they know what they're doing. And let's face it, Stanton, part of this case is all political. So if you can create enough buzz and be able to mesmerize, for lack of a better word, the trial of facts, the jury, in a way, and you can get conviction, and then so be it. So maybe that's the card that they are playing. But the danger to that is when it's up at the Honorable Supreme Court, then it's a different barometer that's being used. So all of the sentiments will not play so much at the upper court. It will be scrutinizing the facts and looking
But let
at
me,
them.
I'm going to hold you that, Councilor, because it's very important. Folks in the government watching said, no, the story is not being told exactly the right way, Councilor. Edwin Beeman, who is the current assistant to Mohammed Nassar, the FIA boss, he was on stand today. We are talking about the current office assistant. Councilor, are you with us? I see that you black yourself.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, you just want to take your one piece of fruit. I understand. And what happening is that, and it's good for us to hear this. The government brought him in, Emmanuel George. The government saying the current office assistant told the director or the executive director, whatever his position is, will be the government witness to show whether there's any evidence in FIU relating to the transfer of funds. And the government brought the witness, Councilor Bigu, and the witness says, since I've been there under Joseph Yima Baka government to present, I have not seen any evidence of any transaction. There's none. So if the George Manor we are government transfer money to FIA or FIU, the current FIA saying there is no one paper trail. Who benefits? I want to go back to Orisha, then I will come back to Councilor Bigu, because now it's shifting though. Because we should have something, right? But the government said no. The guys are saying they move the money legitimately, but
disappear.
So sure, why you took the money? So let's hear you, Councilor Orisha Good, then we'll go to Dafia Good, we'll bring in Jefferson Chelsea and the rest of the team. Yeah. Now I'm seeing another twist to this story.
So look, you have to understand the context of this case. On the legal side, if you can't prove your allegations, then it will play to the benefit of the defendant. But you have to understand, though, that this has a political twist. If you have set of jurors who believe that the past regime did some ills and they want to correct it, and this is a measure, and the fact that somebody come and say that, oh, we send the money there, and they come back and say we did not see any trace, it actually depends on the way the jurors will assess the fact, because it's your word versus my word. And even the judge will not be able to give it any quantitative value, but the jurors. The jurors will say that we believe this person and we don't believe this person. They are the trial of facts. So that is why you see people are pushing to try the case elsewhere and that, because at the end of the day, it will depend on who the jurors believe. And if the jury believes that the money went there but it disappeared, then TWA is in trouble. If they believe that the money went there and folks are being disingenuous about it, then they will acquit them. So that is exactly what it is. But legally, if the state come to make allegations and they can't prove, that should play in the at the interest of at the benefit of the defendant.
Councilor Boo, let me ask you quick. Let me ask you this. When you guys went to LACC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Folks to LACC, they admitted that yes, the money was transferred to them, right? It was transferred to that department. If they admit that the money transferred to them, how can Samuel TWA responsible for agency that he transferred the money to, and they admitted that he received the money. So how can Samuel be?
Well, that is a question. I believe that's a theory that the defense will try to use if that is the case. But again,
A well documented, though. A well documented.
I understand. The prosecution will say, look, that is all a facade. They said they transferred the money, but they took back the money asserting other influences,
How?
and they can show. Listen, I'm not involved in this case. I'm just giving all the sides that people could possibly argue, and they can show that even though they transferred the money, they went after the money. And if the prosecution can show that they went after the money, and it was just a phony system set up to siphon money and use the system to defraud it, and they went after the money and they used the money for their personal benefit, and they can show that, of course, then you can have your charges stick. But that is an uphill task for the prosecution. Again, those are career guys. Some of them were trained by late Councillor T.C. Gould. Some of them honor his toothless. Maybe they know what they are doing. And all sides have good people. But it's an uphill battle for the folks to prove. Except that the theory that the defense is using is that they're using the immunity theory. If they stick on that theory, I'm afraid that will be some problems.
Let me Councillor Gould, let me go to or B. Gould Butchers. But listen, you work with the government, you work at that ministry, my brother B. Gould. Let's be serious for a second, right? I'm on and off because I'm receiving information, and I will have to say this. The government is not complaining that money didn't go into their account. The government is saying the money left the bank. It went into FIA account. We have the receipt. The total 6-point-something million dollars. But the government is saying there is no paper trail as of today that you can find the money entering and the money leaving the bank. FIA got nothing to show. So when they call the office assistant today and they ask him, there's nothing to show. No documentation of any transfer from where FIA said we put the money in the bank and the money was used for X, Y, and Z. Is that a good, strong argument this government can make? One, my last question here to you, Councillor Bigu. How can now the government bring in Samuel Tway? If we want to be serious now. If this money is missing from FIA account or any account, how can the government now say Samuel Tway will bring you in? Can you help us understand here? This is very important. I'm not talking about standing for. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm talking about Samuel Tway. Let's take them one at a time.
Okay, so firstly, I guess that the jurors in the case are sequestrated. Yeah, I think they are sequestrated, so at least we can have some discussion. Because if the jurors were outside there, it will be difficult for us to go in depth to discussing certain aspects of the case. But I want to believe that they are sequestrated, even though I'm not sure. But here is the thing. I said the other night, when it comes to the issue of conspiracy doesn't require that you even be on the scene. Just your action that you will take that will lead to the commission of a crime can a reasonable mind can deduce or conclude that you had knowledge of the commission of that crime and you participated by facilitating the commission of that crime. What do I mean? You are the head of Spoon, this show. There are procedures that you follow, that should be followed for you to pay money to Dr. George. In this situation, you did not follow those procedures and you paid the money to Dr. George. Dr. George admits that yeah, he received the money, but that money that you paid to Dr. George, you said that that money is going to be used for Kev Hassan, Wanto, and Remy. But then when Dr. George received the money, the prosecution will say they have evidence that that money did not go to Kev Hassan, to Wanto, and to Remy. It actually went to Yeke and Jefferson. And Yeke and Jefferson will be part of the conspiracy to have that money squandered. Other than it going to the three guys down there that we name, it went to the other two persons. So from the start, had you not bypassed the system to pay that money to Dr. George, Yeke and what he need, Jeff Chesson would never have gotten that money. There would have been no way that Yeke and Jeff Chesson would have gotten that money if you, Stanton, had not bypassed the process to pay. So a reasonable person would deduce that you knew you conspired to use the name of Kev Hassan, Wanto, and Gray for you to send that money to Dr. George to give it to Yeke Koluba and Jefferson Chesson. And also maybe the state will have evidence that Jefferson Chesson took that money and brought some to you. So that is the way you can bring in the head of an institution, even to the person who has the authority to expend. But how did they do expenditure? So when you talk about the state talking about bringing into it, they bring it into it on the basis of facilitation. They may be bringing on the basis of a conspiracy. And maybe they have evidence that when the money went to FIA, some of that money went back. You understand me? And that's what the
so how important it is now, FIA cannot show any paper trail of this money entering and leaving.
So there's the point. There's the point. The folks from the institution said they received the money, they withdrew the money, and they gave the money to the individuals into the national security apparatus that they were told to give the money to. That's what they said.
But there is no current paper trail. And the government representatives saying, the prosecutor is saying, we cannot find. They agree that everything CDC government say, everything Standard for and saying, but you cannot show us one documentation that you deposited the money, that you withdrew the money, and that the money was given. There's nothing. Whether under National Security Secrecy Act or whether in public, you cannot. We don't have anything. So are
they saying that there's no evidence of the money being
there is
withdrawn?
no paper trail entering and leave and exiting? Nothing. No paper trail.
So then how did they know?
Presently.
So no, come in. So then how did they obtain the indictment? If there's no paper trail of money leaving from Finance Ministry to FIA,
no, you're not getting the point. Councillor.
You are talking about the usage. You are talking about the usage of the money. So the question now is,
Councillor, take your time. Hold on. Let me ask my question again, please.
Yeah, ask.
We gotta be very clear. I have all the documents. You should have it in the chat room. That Simon Twain, the money left from CBL, right, went to FIE under Standard 4, right? Let's remain with Standard 4 here and the FIE. As of present, there is no document at FIE to show the money leaving FIE. There's no trace. There's no document. And that's the reason why when they asked the FIE office assistant today, when he took the stand, he said, we don't have one paper trail to prove that this money that they say came in, went out. We don't have it.
So that's what I'm saying to you. From the way you're answering, from the way you're asking the question, it makes it difficult because I think, I understand, but it makes it difficult for somebody to now believe that something wrong happened when somebody saying that we ain't got evidence of money coming to us. I thought the issues would be we don't have evidence of who the money was turned over to.
But that's what I'm saying. The evidence that the money came to Standing For, he admitted. He said they received the money. The evidence to who the money went to, they can find it.
But national security.
I hope you understand it. But let me bring because we got the bank slip. We got the bank slip. Yeah, I stay with you, Councilor Gu. I stay with you, Councilor Gu. I stay with you. We have the statement. We have the statement of Standing For that they received the money, Councilor.
Yeah.
But the issue is, as of today, Edwin Bima said they can find no one document as to who used this money.
Stand on. I can tell you about national security operation. Nobody signed for national security money.
Okay, the good point.
Nobody signed for it. So if that record looking for somebody to sign, forget it. The state will have to prove that that money, when it left Standing For, a review was Standing For, he did not give the National Security Council, and he ate it for something they got to prove it, or he gave the money to somebody else. They got to prove it. But nobody signed for national security money anywhere.
And I agree with you, and now that's why we have the conversation. Let me bring in Emmanuel George before we go to Yeke. Jeff, you're coming, be patient. Emmanuel George, this is a very sticky way now. The government left finance ministry, the government left central bank. They have established at this point with Standing For. Standing For, there's no evidence when he left FIA. He didn't leave any document by as to how the money left FIA. Is this the testify this on our own? Who's benefiting from this testimony that was had today, Emmanuel George?
I think both sides can claim victory in the testimony. First, the government can now go on its part. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm so blessed tonight. I'm between two lawyers, and so maybe they will rub some of that legal mind on me. But from the outlook from common observation and using a level of logic here is that one, on the prosecution side, is the fact that the Liberian people now have an understanding that is 1 billion Liberian dollar and $500,000 got to the FIU, was received by the Director General of the FIU, and the money went into thin air. There's no trace. There's no trail. Everything stopped at the at the receipt of the money. What happened after that is in the mind of the Director General of the FIU who received that money. So the government now have opened a situation where we, the members of the public, are saying in our mind that, wow, how can $500,000 disappear into thin air? What happened? Who are those?
It's 6.5 million, brother, not 500,000.
Okay, well, 1.5 billion Liberian dollars and 500,000 US dollars. Thank you. But on the other hand, they claim that as Councilor Goose spoke to, they claim that this was security matters, and because it was security matter, we don't want to threaten the source of information and the type of work we were doing. So therefore, we do not have paper trail on this. Could be in the interest of the defense, but the defense will have to make a case in that interest to show that there are evidence, there are other instances where monies of this nature were passed on and there was no record towards that. They will have to prove that to court. And that's the reason why I said from day one, I'm extremely interested in this case, because it's a national security case. I'm extremely interested in seeing how much the government is willing for these national security operators to speak in the court of public opinion, in the court for the public to know what level of what issues that they are addressing and what they are doing with our money. That's why I said last week when it came out that this case may end up going closed door. The judge may have to be given security clearance, and the jury may be sworn to secrecy. Because right now where we are, we have 500,000 US dollars and 1 point something billion Liberian dollars that has no paper trail after it was received by the FIU. And to prove their point, they may have to share some secrets that cannot be shared in the public. But it's alarming, it's disheartening, it's tough for those of us who are citizens of Liberia to know that money can just disappear or no paper trail.
And that's the big one. There's nothing to show. You left office, and there's no a statement, nothing, no receipt, no documentation in the office. At FIA, FIU, that is same. They are the same. But I mean, good concern. Yeah, Yeke. Before we bring in Jefferson Chelsea, Yeke, this is a serious issue, though.
Tento, let me say to everybody on the show, let me restate what I said before. This case will be used as a precedent case for the finance minister now to be free when he leaves office. Stanton, you don't understand what's going on. Everything they're doing, they're guarding the process. Because everything to where they're holding him for, the finance minister and the government doing it right now, worse than ever before. So what they are doing is to find a rule, how they will leave the investigation, how the court will exonerate them, how the court will free them. That's the way they are finding. That's the investigation they are on. And I think in my mind, Samuel 12 will be released. Because this is a case, it will be a precedent case that people made reference to. That the finance minister now and other people made reference to. They said during this time, this is what happened. Because the same thing is going on right now on the job security and intelligence business in the local situation. State up. Magma war. It will say, Yeke said it. These people are setting the basis on how they'll be released when they leave office. State up. 12 will be released. They don't know what they're doing.
Thank you, Yeke. Jeff, let's hear you. We'll go back to Russia Group from Colonel Greg, Kev, and I want to. Jeff,
Thank you, Stanton. First thing, Stanton, as I've always said on this show, that this case is politically motivated and they have no evidence and they are fishing for evidence. But first of all, let's distinguish between Finance Ministry and the FIU. Finance Ministry is a disbursing entity. They're not spending entity. They disburse the money. They're there to oversee the expenditure of the budget. They disburse the money to the spending agency. And each spending agency has its own fiduciary responsibility. They are responsible to ensure how money is spent at their level, and they should be accounted for. So if the head entity did not follow procedures of withdrawing and spending the money, how can you hold the finance minister responsible for that? I mean, how possible is that? So first thing, you should be seeking to find out as to whether the money was legitimately disbursed from the finance ministry. I expect by now there will be subpoenaing documents from the finance ministry to ascertain as to whether this money was legally disbursed according to government policies and laws. If that was done, then at the level of the finance minister, his side is clear. Now you go now to the FIU and start to find out as to whether the FIU spent that money or withdrew the money under the laws governing the FIU. But you cannot hold Samuel 12 for what went wrong at FIU, because for all the statement we've read here, everybody said the money was disbursed. Everybody said Central Bank released the money to the FIU. But the problem is at the level of the FIU, then you're holding the.
Let me ask you though, did you guys consider big who's saying that it's conspiracy?
Well,
they're not going in that you hit the money directly. They are connecting him. It's to connect the dot here.
So
talk to us about
it's the responsibility of the prosecution to prove that conspiracy. It's their responsibility. And if they cannot prove that conspiracy, trust me, they cannot tie down and Samuel Twe. And this is
Yeah, we
even
know
more.
that's a responsibility. So give me your best argument. And we know that it is up to them to prove it. That's why they are connecting the dot. Samuel Twe sent the money to FIA. FIA Standard for received the money. Standard for put the money in this bank account that they cannot find. Standard for spend this money that have no trail. There is no turnover note about this money. There is nothing you can find at FIA as of today that the money was taken out of the bank, was spent whether in national security or whatsoever. The problem is that they are making the argument somebody work with somebody outside of FIA and they stole the money. So make your better argument now for Samuel 12 years.
So two things here, Stanton. FIU did not deny receiving the money. The prosecution will have to prove their conspiracy theory that Samuel Twe could not somewhere behind the scene to collect the money from FIU, and that they haven't been able to prove yet. Two, if I was the prosecution in this case, I would start going after the FIU instead of going after the finance minister, because it's the FIU that cannot account for the money and not the finance minister. Not the finance
Okay, thank you.
FIU, and not
Thank
the
you.
finance minister.
Let me bring in Councillor Go before we bring Kev back here. It's very important for us to stick to this, Councillor Go, because what we are seeing is that they are taking little baby steps. They first of all establishing the money that went to FIA. There is no account, no documentation. The money disappeared in thin air. If they can establish that, then they're going to bring all the folks that have conspired together, and that was a good case Councillor B who made. Then they're going to have a conspiracy charges, whether Samuel Twe, standing for, or other individual. Do you think that's a smart move from the prosecutor yet?
Let's be fair here. We're talking $5 million plus here. It can't just disappear in thin air. So the prosecution is saying that they're charging them for individually, jointly and severally, and so therefore they're also charging for conspiracy, the theft, and all of that. So they say that there was a network of a coordinated effort to siphon money from government covers using CEDO's account and phoning means to consume the money and misappropriate them for their own personal use. So bear in mind that they also charge the former, I'm told, that they also charge the former head of the FIA along with the controller. Now, for Christ's sake, if you are using money for security purposes, we're not asking you to say what you're using it for, but there will be some kind of note that, okay, this 5 million here is for security reason. That doesn't say anything, but at least on the records, it says for security reason. But it just disappear and goes to heaven like that. That is suspicious. You don't do security business like that. When we say security money, people don't account for it. You don't provide details for it. But you will acknowledge that you received the money, then you say security operation. At least that's it. And anybody who auditing will see it and say, okay, you can delve into this. But nothing like that. It just disappear. For Christ's sake, now, that don't have people that do security money. You have to have some kind of trail. It will not show who all receive it. But at least it will say that somebody spent it towards security operation or it was spent. But no paper. Even the people who spend the money, they don't have anything to show to back themselves. So they just walk away and nothing. My friend, that will be a lot of pressure. And we're not talking about $2 here, $3. We're talking millions of dollars.
This for $5 million, yeah. So let me bring in Kev. I beg you, we got to bring it answer though quickly.
Yeah, I want to ask one question.
And Harry, I beg you, Chief, hold on 1 minute. Hold on to that question. Kev, let's hear you quickly.
Councillor Gu, if anybody in the right mind would believe those guys that you don't have anything, $5 million just go in thin air. Amen, Councillor.
Yeah.
Anybody in the right mind would just wake up in the morning and say, boom, it go. The first thing
Nobody
is
in the right mind would think so.
the first thing is because this prosecutor don't know what he's doing. He just saying things. They're just saying things, going code. They just what they're doing. They're sending the kitchen sink. See if it will stick. Nobody will buy that. Number one, there's paper trail that is leaving the finance ministry. There is paper trail there. Number one, paper trail. Number one. Number two, the folks at FIA testify under oath that they received the money. Number two. Number three, the money left the bank. There's paper trail, the money left the bank. Who the money going to? That national security there.
No, Kev, let me hold you. Kev, hold on. Let me ask you.
Man, you flight, my
No,
man.
Kev, let me ask you now. Don't say my man. I don't have conversation. No, let me ask you, Kev. This is right. Assembly 12 authorized this morning to move. This paper trail that the money left Central Bank. We got to be sure now which bank you're talking about. And that's why I said, let me hold you. There's paper trail right now where this money is right now. Everybody should understand the money was standing for. Let's put standing for that. The money left Summit 12. And I want you to agree with that. The money is at the FIA was standing for. That where the disappearing happened at, that where the boyo, the child, that where they killed the little girl, that where they killed that money right there. So let's just agree for us to make the people understand. So if this money right now sitting at FIA. Hold on, Kev. The government saying no money to FIA. The government saying no exiting how the money was spent. We find no paper. Let's call the assistant to the director. Assistant to the director, do you have any turnover note, any documentation from FIA? The assistant to the director said no. Now where our problem is right now, Kev.
Okay, Councillor Gu. Hey man, and I know lawyers then, but I never ever go close to that, right? Hey man, who's supposed to be in court in our FIA? What's the matter?
FIA is standing for is in court.
Yeah, when now, if you establish that Summit gave the money, we establish the money left from you, right? You give it to Emmanuel George to go get Stanton money. We established that Councillor Gu already get the money. Emmanuel said he testified under oath. He put it up. Yeah, he gave me the money to give it to Stanton. Your own, you clear. Tell me I'm a lawyer. You clear, right? Lawyer and Councillor, they already established that the money left. The theory that the money reverse and come back to the minister, you have to prove it. You have to prove it. Because what proving, the money gone. Why not proving, the money
Okay, now we gotta go. We got 3 other individuals that have not spoken yet. And I think that just quickly said this. Everybody is in court. The standing for the Summit 12, all of them in court. We know that. The names are everything appearing.
Yeah.
But I don't know why. No, look at the photos. They always go to court every day.
Yeah, but Summit 12 should not be there. Because
no, that's the argument we're trying to find. Kev. We take the thing small. Councillor B. Gu just said it's a conspiracy theory that brings Summit 12 in. We got to understand. They are not saying, Kev, let's allow our people to understand. You are not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. They're not saying if the government can prove conspiracy to Kev, the government have a case here. So let's wait for the government. Kev, let's wait for the government. Let's wait for the government to prove. And that's how the government is proving. The money is at FIA, the money is MIA. FIA, MIA. Where is the money? And people are concerned, where is the money? And you're right, Kev. We can hold on standing for everybody from FIA. But the government saying no. It's like the RICO cases here in America, Councillor Gu. It's like the conspiracy issue right now is like the RICO cases here in America. They will charge all of you together. One found guilty, everybody found guilty. One is not guilty, everybody walk. And that's what happening with this 712 case. But let's bring in Acid Doe. Acid Doe. We'll bring you quickly. We'll bring Conor Gray and our brother Fubi Herring. Acid, what say you?
Thank you. So let me hope you allow me to say what I want to say. Councillor Good, the big councillor. Before I say anything, just a few seconds, let me ask you. What documents did you expect from FIA?
A good question.
Just short. Just short.
Yeah, short. I will be short. Monies don't move by magic in government entities. The purpose of the money will be classified based on what the money is intended for. But the money has to be used by documentation such as vouchers, payment requests. They will classify them as security, different purposes. But it can't just disappear. So you don't have to say that we're spending the money to go back here.
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah, ask it again.
What documents did you expect from FIA? Just the documents. Don't explain all the more.
Yeah, since it was used for covert purposes, there should have been documentation showing that the money was transferred.
Where?
That's it. Wherever it was spent.
So this is, Kev, thank you. I think if everyone were to listen to Kev, the whole story will be shut. It is my opinion that almost all of us here has a good understanding of how government works. So, Chief, if you use the word disappear, I'm not sure. So, the government of Liberia operates a consolidated account. It is in that account everybody pays taxes and put money. Before money leaves that consolidated account, there's a paper trail because that account is being hosted at the CBN. When the money leaves the consolidated account and goes in another account, there's a paper trail. Because the money didn't leave from one account and go in pocket, it went in another account. When the money leaves in a second account, there's a paper trail. Because the money is leaving a bank documented system. That's why I'm asking you, what documents do you expect? So let's give this conspiracy. If Stanton will allow me, I will be the first person I want for NSA to come and take me from America. Should I tell you, say one of the security, should I tell you today that one of the securities assigned with President Boyka during the campaign was one of those on the NSA hired list to monitor President Boyka movement? Should I tell you that? I will tell you today. Did that come for me? Should I explain anything to you about Henry Costa? I would say it didn't come from me. Chief, let's put it in our head. The paper trail stops at the point where the money can be seen, but not after where it cannot be seen. How will you feel for the people to tell President Boyka today that you see they gather behind you? He was one of those people spying on you. How will you feel? Chivo,
that national security man.
You say what?
That kind of scenario.
I said, all right, let go, remember. We gotta bring the other people to talk.
I didn't use that scenario, my man. I'm being objective.
I am
here.
telling you.
When you say spying on President, that national security there.
Absolutely, President.
National security.
That's what I said. It seems to be you are not into the case. When President, I am telling you today on the show that when President Boyka said the country will be ended if he doesn't win, something happened, and that thing happened has somebody who was behind him. I'm telling you, I'm not asking, I'm giving you information.
Okay, so also we gotta move on now. Let me bring in Gray and Henry.
No, it's okay. I was just calling him, but Chief, I'm giving you information. I'm not asking you a question. So what I'm saying here, if you would take a little slide back and picture what we are saying from one stage to the next, Kev asked the question. The guy from LACC that testified, He testified on an oath that Samuel Toa was the one that approved the money. Yes, Samuel Toa was the Minister of Finance. Who else you expect? He testified that the money was sent to FIA. Yes, he went there. We all know. He testified that FIA gave the money to NSA, but the money it was intended for NSA, so NSA will receive it. Who else? And then at the end of the day, he said they did not see checks. They did not see checks from CBL.
Why don't you tell me, Amen? Why did what did I do?
Your stuff, drum mute, yeah, the sound. So
that kept on mute. That kept on mute himself. Let him mute. That mean.
Go and read the testimony, Chief. You are a lawyer. He said they did not see checks from CBL. Are you telling me when FIA was taking the money from CBL 2, they didn't use check to take the money? How did they take it? Did they go in CBL vault and they open the vault and take the money from there? Who need you take check to the bank for the bank to?
All right, so I said, let's not bring in the others. It's 11:30 in the country. I beg you.
Think about it.
This is always so leaving. My issue is that thank you, Isaac. Colonel Gray, you see, Colonel Gray, we want to hear you. We're going to hear you on this one. I just believe that. Just talk to me. Let me hold what I want to say. Talk to us, Colonel Gray.
Yes, hold on to it. I think there was a concerted effort to clear house to cover this crime that was committed. It was a conspiracy, and the thing about it's like the National Clearinghouse. Every check that goes in the U.S. system goes through a clearinghouse. When the Minister of Finance authorizes any transaction, it goes through an integrated system called IFMIS, Integrated Financial Management Information System. It has to register there. It's not there. You understand? I buy into the conspiracy going missing in thin air. That's the cover-up. And that is where they made the mistake. They should have said, we never authorized this payment. It never happened. But you already admitted that you authorized the payment to go for security issue to FIA. And now the system through which money can get to another person is not accounted for. So that's the conspiracy. And Stanton, they can try as much to mangle this so that it can appear like like government is trying to go after them. But there's no trace of that money. If it's not in the IFMIS system, it doesn't exist. But they already have agreed that, yes, we authorize money to go out for national security. That's not how it's done. It has to go through the system. You can label any money anyway. You can say for national security, you don't have to explain. But it has to go through that IFMIS system. It's not there, Stanton.
Okay, so guys, let's agree that the money left finance ministry, left central bank. Let's just agree that the money at FIA. I don't want us to go around too much to confuse our audience. The money at FIA. But Councillor, and let me bring in Henry Fubi. The turnover note, it should be included at over $600 million. But nothing, no turnover, nothing on turnover notes.
No, it can be there. National security.
Excuse me,
No.
But Ken, you say no till you get tired. Yesterday, I will still talk. Say no till you get tired. I don't know what you're saying no for. We talk about over $6.5 million, and nobody that taken over in the new government have a trace in the documentation. And you're saying no, Stanton, no, Stanton. I mean, you must say no to. For me, let me bring you in. How will you say no to me? Yeah.
Even the national security advisor to the president then said that all money that will be given to the entity should have financial records to back it. So it didn't rule out accountability of the money. So you can't say because the security matter, the money will disappear. So his security, that one of the reasons why he's even asking for a separate trial that was denied. because he stated that there should be accountability for the money. So you should have trace. Even if you're not going to the details, there should be trace to how the money got there and how they use it. And he said the other people didn't complain, so he assumed that they received the money. So he's not even certain that the money was used by them. But the controller from FIA said his boss authorized him to withdraw the money and told him to leave the money with somebody at central bank for somebody else to pick the money from that person. So the money never went to FIA in the first place. It remained at central bank according to his testimony. But the cashier at central bank also said, the teller said, that statement also is a lie. Nobody left money with him to give to somebody. So that way now they cannot show any proof. So that way the conspiracy comes in. And that's how the money just lost and they can't show people trail because the money actually, even given to the financial unit, did not end up there for disbursement. It got missing between central bank and the guy that went to withdraw it. So there's an issue there of conspiracy. So that's why they denying that there's zero paper trail. You can't find evidence because there was no thing about no like you asked just now. But there should be some level of evidence and accountability for that money, because the whole process does not negate the fact that because you doing security matter, you cannot document your activities. You cannot go into the details, but you got to state it that there is the money left from this point to this point. This other person requested, and was disbursed. Or you were not going to what the detail to give all the narrative, how you're going to use it, what you're going to use it for. But they should find how the money left the entity, so there should be accountability for the money.
Okay, we're going to talk about the border issue coming up. I want to say seriously, it's good that we have the American lawyer here, Governor Clinton, Liberian American lawyer. Well, I want to say, Councilor Gu, I'm very, very concerned, right, that we sit on the show every day and say the same thing over and over. The money is a FIA, even if that national security money. Will there not be any paper trail? So national security money now, we shouldn't get anything, whether in secret or out of secret. Is that exactly the message here?
Well, that is why a lot of Liberians are finding it difficult to even accept. And you know, the secrecy surrounding national security monies, we have used that as a cover up for many years in this country to just siphon money and use it for slush fund. And I'm not saying this is the case, but a lot of regimes, if you look at the budget of NSA, continue to just increase year after year because it's an easy way to get funds that you can use elsewhere. And this is not a good way to account for people's money. If you are going to use money for national security, now this money in question, we are told, did not even get legislative approval because it was above what was approved. And when you're spending certain monies, even though you're not going to give the details of this money, you need to get this approval from the legislature. We're told this was not the case. Now, I don't know. The prosecution has
all national security money get approval from.
Well, so now you are telling me, and we have to learn this, that if you would spend $6 million at the wish of the president and later on can term a national security issue, then I'm afraid that's a problem. I mean, the people's deputy will be informed that, look, we are spending $10 million above budget for national security matter. You are just seeing Donald Trump.
So let me hold you right there, right? And let balance this equation quickly. And I like where you're going with this. And this is about everybody. And if it is true, like what kept saying, not all money, and I doubt this seriously, you have to have trade on when it's national security. Every penny, the country money, if it is not publicly shown, it should be in a secret box. Kev, let me finish. It should be in a secret box that, yes, indeed, we got some trail. That when you go for national security meetings, the people involved in national security, they know how the money is spent. Am I correct, Councilor?
Yes,
right?
and that is
Exactly.
why
So you cannot say,
That is why President
you
Trump
cannot
had
prove
to
it.
go to Congress to get an approval for additional monies to be spent on the war. He will not
Yeah.
give all the breakdowns of how the
$200
war.
billion. That's right.
But Senator, you keep it to Liberia now. You keep it to Liberia. Why are you discussing U.S. national security?
Yeah. Sorry, the American lawyer said we shouldn't do this, Councilor. You, the Liberian lawyer.
Thank you,
But Councilor, on a serious note, right? I'm seeing a problem here. Let's agree that people taking Summer-12 from the picture, that he gave the money. Don't blame him. Now they're after Summer-12 with conspiracy. Well, that's the legal framework. They can try, right? Senator say I got him money. But one thing you said that is important. Is this how Liberia operate? That president would just say spend 20 million, 50 million, 50 million, and nobody know anything about it. You should put it on national security. So then the president, and the government in power can spend any amount of money and just roll it on the national security. Is this what we are seeing with the FOIA project? $10 million, and up to now we got no story to tell. That the president authorized somebody and says spend money. Can we go after? Can the next government, the communist government, go and open an investigation? Is that what we are seeing with the war today at the border? The situation that Gafwan is spending money on necessarily, I would say, because he now, after the budget for national security, the president went back to the lawmaker and said, I need extra money. But what Gafwan is spending outside of the budget, you understand that can the next government go after Gafwan now? Let us put this in context. You said 6.5 million project for MRU. You want to sign MRU communique, the people can't tell your land. We get it. We said 10 million, you said 6.5. This thing about 6.5. Can the next government go after Gafwan here now? Where the money is? Who authorized this money disbursement? The president on record said he didn't know about it. So it means that some people in the government will be prosecuted. Am I correct, Councilor? Am I correct? Because Joseph Baker is on state radio saying he didn't know about the project in FOIA. So therefore, we should prosecute somebody when this government is not in power. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're definitely correct. Because if the commander-in-chief doesn't know, then you can use it on national security issue because he's the top national security personnel in the country. Now, if you use money outside of a budgetary allotment, then you have to get approval from the legislature. Even if you don't go into the details, no one president is giving a free hand. It's not carte blanche where you just spend money and come back and say, look, I spend this money on national security. That would be a loophole that nobody will be able to do.
Level, you right there. We're going to excuse Rosemary because our time up with the folks on the radio, and we'll wrap all year on Facebook. Rosemary, thank you very much for producing today. Thank you for helping us conduct the show. Have a blessed evening. Please, Rosemary, for the sake of Councilor Clinton, don't shut us off on Facebook. Just turn the radio off and then keep us on Facebook, please. You know I'm messing with you. Thank you very much for producing for us. Have a good night, Rosemary. So, Fubi, still put your hand up to wait till they get it. They're not even seeing you. Still put your hand up. They got it with somebody in the country. Yo, somebody in my head. I'm bringing all Liberia finance on Spoon Talk. All the producers that will be female. Yo, somebody, y'all hear that with head.
No problem.
Okay, guys, let's go back to that. Go ahead.
We can link the FOIA project to the current saga with Summer-12 because this one you are seeing a visible project that is on the ground. Summer-12 is missing action project.
You are wrong. The person saying
you can just spend government money anyhow.
But the project is typically spending, and it's for government.
But there's something called misappropriation, though.
No, that's
Have you seen the D? Have you seen the D for that project? Have you seen the D for that project?
You see, and now people, Councilor Igu, people are saying, Stendo, why you changing the topic? We got to be open-minded. We are
Fubi, that's
bidding
a deal
on
that play.
Samuel 12, right? We are bidding on Samuel 12 for
Deal,
6.5
government.
million. And the government just spent, they say, I know it's 10 million dollars, but the government saying that's 6.5 million, right? So that's the equivalent. Samuel 12, you say spend 6.5 million. Gafwan spent 6.5 million. So people will go after Gafwan. Wherever the money comes from, they will go after that individual and prosecute them. That's what I want
national security issue. That national security issue.
Well, the
Right.
government is setting a dangerous precedent. You know, they're setting themselves obvious. They're going to be out of power, and the path they're taking, people are going to come after them too. This has been a practice from government to government, using NSA to run national security business for the money. So if the UP government now is going to go after Samuel 12, they should set themselves up. Like Stanton is right, the 4-year project, and not just a 4-year project. We know that our NSA budget keeps going up every year. You know, so people will have to account for it at some point.
So Councilor Good, this is what I was saying here, right? If you look at all the statements from everybody involved in the case, the evidence showed that the money was placed in the controller's hand. Or placed there. From there on, there's no evidence to prove that Samuel 12 interacted with any of the guys. Except you want to draw in circumstantial evidence, which you don't even have because you have not proven or connected Samuel 12 in any way to any of these guys. If I were the prosecution, I will go after the guys. If you get them, then you can have more information from them to see how the money was spent, which is not possible because under the Security Act, you know, they can't explain to us how the money was spent. So the government is actually fishing, and I want to strongly believe, and I will restate this, that the government is actually going after Samuel 12 for political reasons. They don't have no criminal reason to go after 12.
But how do you
Jeff,
find
but Jeff,
Let me ask.
Jeff, have you read the indictment?
Yes.
Now there are counts in that indictment that the state will prove. The state says it has evidence to prove. First thing, the state presented those counts before the grand jury, and with the pieces of evidence that they had, the grand jury believed that yes, we have a case. So that's the first thing. The next thing, in court, the state will now have to prove every count in that indictment with hard evidence or circumstantial. In this case, it's difficult to use circumstantial because it's a paper trail. So you have to go for direct evidence. I continue to hear you talk about, placing. Let's move Samuel 12 aside. Let's just go general to the point of where you are saying that because you have the the disbursing power, right? So when you disburse, nobody should hold you accountable for what Clinton does with the money. You should be
No, that's not what I said. No, it's inaccurate. No, but it's inaccurate. No, you're not correct. I didn't say that. What I said is that this is security money. Security don't report back on how the money was spent. You get what I'm saying? So if
I
the
do
money
agree.
yes. So
you are saying that why is it that 12 is being brought into this trial when everything points to the fact that 12 disbursed the money. He disbursed the money, right, to FIA, and what FIA does or did with the money, I know at the time, right, they should account for the money instead of asking 12.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying to you.
But I think that's a strong argument too, though. I think that's a strong argument.
Yeah, so that's the point. That there will be reasons why, and we'll give the scenario. There'll be reasons why, because understand, the state was saying that even the procedure to have the money disbursed was wrong, and the state say it has evidence to show. I come in. The state say it
that's a
has
different
evidence
argument.
to show. Yes, it has evidence to show that it was wrong.
So that's a different argument.
No,
That's a
hey, wait,
different
but
argument.
they're coming now. The first argument to bring somebody in who has the power to disperse is first whether that person did the disbursement in conformity with the law. The state saying no, you did not follow the procedure. The state say, okay, you send the money went to Fubi, but Fubi cannot account for the usage of that money, meaning that the money that the reason for which you send the money to Fubi was not used for that purpose. So the state saying if Fubi, it has evidence to show that Fubi used the money for himself. The state will now say, is now saying that the fact that you bypass the procedure of dispersing that money and allow it to go to Fubi, it means you know, or you have reason to know that Fubi were going to mismanage or misapply. So that is the conspiracy theory.
So, Senior Counsel, look at the charges. Look at the charges leveled against the finance minister. Look at the charges.
No, I've been general in terms of how do you bring somebody in who has, because you talk about conspiracy.
That is hypothetical.
You may not have the evidence. That's why you have conspiracy. You have facilitation.
So,
you could not conspire, but you could facilitate.
So let's bring it back to the Twitter case. Is there evidence from the government?
The government says it has evidence.
It has evidence that Twitter bypassed the procedures to provide.
The case just starting. The case just starting. So let's wait for the evidence the government produce. Let's wait for the witnesses.
All right, guys, thank you very much. While we have considered Lafayette Irorishabu on, I'd like to bring one of the main reasons he came on the show for also. And something Yeket is passionate about is the border issue. If you look at the newspaper today, front page newspaper, which is this newspaper will be out tomorrow, you got two things here, which is very important. Why lawmakers want Yeket out, and the front page major story is Macron says no. Macron says no. We'll come to consider Richard Gould. The situation at the border remains the same. Nothing changed. Stand still, consider. Let's get you've been hearing this thing for almost 2-3 weeks now. What say you? Then we'll talk about whether it was true, because some government folks saying that the president didn't call Macron. That's what they are saying. I spoke to them today. They are saying the story on front page is wrong. I just have another conversation with some of them. They say, how can Macron say no when the president didn't even call Macron? But they agreed to say that the president called Paul Kagame, all right, and some other ECOWAS African leaders, but the president have not spoken to Macron. I'm not believing their story, and I'm not saying they are wrong, but what I'm saying, they are going against front page reporting that the president didn't speak to Macron. Let's leave that for a second, sir. Councilor Orishabu, what's your own take on this border, the way in which the government is handling the border situation?
Thank you. For the record, let me say this is a matter that should claim all Liberians' attention. We should be patriotic at this point at the highest level. But we also want to ensure that people are accountable and they show leadership and they're fair and transparent to the Liberian people. Now, when this episode started to erupt at the border, what we saw was, first of all, our response has been extremely poor and weak from any diplomatic standpoint. Now, once our border lines and therefore our sovereignty has been encroached upon, what did Liberia do? We responded by making a song, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea, we are one, and all of those kind of nonsense. And thinking that by singing a song and playing that music, it will help to ease any situation at the border. That's disingenuous. And look, let's face this. At this point, I'm also disappointed, and Liberia has been, if you look at our history as a country, first, let's think now, can we even defend ourselves as we are calling ourselves an independent country? Can we defend ourselves against any form of aggression? This is the perennial question that we have to answer. When rebels came into this country in 1990, the military was weak and they had us to run around with mattresses and everything on our head. And yet we were paying them with taxpayer dollars and everything, and they couldn't hold up against that aggression. You have an external aggression now, and we respond by playing music and saying that, we are all of one, and we play music, and people are stubborn. We go to a meeting in Guinea, nothing happening. Our national security people has been, the military is just there for peacekeeping, disaster operation, and small things that they do, nothing to show that they can defend us. This is troubling. Anybody can get on a boat tomorrow and perhaps come and grab our president and start taking our president. What will we do? Are we really an independent sovereign nation? This is something that we should earnestly address. If we don't have the military might to deal with this, are we savvy enough diplomatically to ensure that we get the powers that be to side with us? But now maybe we should be talking to Donald Trump. You don't even need a letter from Donald Trump, maybe just a tweet on X to say XYZ, and the Guinean president will stop right in his tracks. You don't even need a letter or diplomatic note from him. Do we have that rapport to ensure that we can have those people assist us? Have we taken this matter to the UN apart from just making the music and having few of our soldiers go in the bushes and hide themselves so people don't see them? I mean, this is not the way you run a country, and it's so unfortunate. I feel ashamed. We are not advocating any war, Stanton. We are not advocating go there and start an aggression with anybody. But is this how you respond to an aggression on your sovereignty, by just making the music and going over there? People are displays and everything. And by the way, the music is fun music. But I thought the music would come at the end of the resolution or all of these things. But the first thing we did, and if we begin to be objective, then the Ministry of Information will come up and say anybody who talking will arm you. Well, this is the height of irresponsibility. And not because you're in government today, you will talk like that. This is, I just can't imagine some of the things these folks would say, because some of us were with them in opposition. What we advocated for, this is not what they're doing. And we are facing this kind of threat, and you trying to massage it all this way. Guinea is not backing up. They will not likely back up as a result of all the things we're doing. We have to show that we have the might. If it's not military might, obviously we've been spending less and less into our military budget over the years, and therefore we dare not venture to have any military issue over there. But the president signed up for tax, took an oath to defend the Constitution of Liberia, and part of that oath requires defending and protecting the sovereignty of our country. Now, some would dare say that he's derelict at that particular function, and that oath that he has taken, he's in violation of it. Because if we have all this aggression and people coming up and there's no coordinated effort, by now we would think that the president will assemble opposition leaders to find out how we can deal with this, like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf did when we were plagued by Ebola, for example, or when George Weah had a situation of, I think, COVID or something. You assemble political leaders so we can start. This is time for patriotism, for all of us to unite. But instead, you're picking at people who have been critical and objective. You're trying to suspend a lawmaker who obviously overspoke and was expressing his frustration. And you're leaving the substantive issue. If we're not careful, those folks may take away Lofa from us. Do you think they just want a few meters of land over there? Have we lodged a formal complaint to the United Nations? Do we have a formal complaint at the AU? If those complaints are not dealt with, what are we prepared to do about that? Sometimes you can't fight a man, but if he knows that he will have to fight you for the rest of his life, then he probably think twice trying to get into a fight with you. Because even you beat a guy, he will be there. You beat him, he will be there. Eventually, you will start begging him not to fight you. because this is sheer nonsense. And for us to have people, when I heard that music, I was so disappointed. I mean, how do you respond to a major national emergency like this? People displaced everywhere. The speaker had to go to the border and order for the national disaster people and the LRRC people to respond as if they don't know their function. This is ridiculous.
No, Councillor, let me hold you there. Let bring all the people. Forget that speaker thing. It's a scam. The man put money in the budget for the people. They say they put my magic to go to place and use money. What kind of money? Did he put money in the budget for that? He was on a joke. He's a joker speaker. He's a regime speaker. He's a scam. You don't have money in the budget. You didn't tap LRRC and that of disaster management. Then you go get them for the 8 hours ultimatum. And guess what? It expired. It passed 96 hours. So how can we take the speaker serious? But I leave the guy alone. I'm tired of talking on this guy, and that's his own problem. Yeah. After this year, he will not be representative again. So let's leave him alone. Let us come to the issue you just talked about. It's very important, though. I want to bring in Yeket. The fact, remember that I tried to leave this story. Can somebody consider good? Can the government make it easier for us? Because each time we want to leave this story, the Liberian people say you cannot. Because without you, Spoon, we get nothing. Nobody know what's happening, no here, no there. So we have to talk about this, Councillor. But what you want President Bwaka to do, Councillor? What would be your advice to the president?
Well, look, clearly, we are not prepared to engage in any kind of armed aggression with our neighbors. And given our recent history, we're very hesitant. So what I would do, and I spoke to my political leader just before he traveled, and in fact, I said in times like these, we all need to. In fact, he said to me, in times like these, we all need to come together and try to help our country because this is the country we want to lead. So we're going to make some efforts. I will call the president personally. I will make some recommendations to him, and I will see whether we can pull some strings outside the country to ensure that the Guineans will not walk all over us. And that was great. In times like these, you use your network, use your connection. Look, the president had a soft spot with Donald Trump, for example. Since we're not going to engage them militarily, Donald Trump has said our president speaks good English and he liked him and he knows him. In fact, we have a channel open now to receive some deportees from the U.S. to come into our country as a result of background workings by our government, the U.S. government. He could have made a pitch and said, look, we have some aggression coming by our neighbor, the Guineans, and XYZ, and who knows who's influencing it, whether it's a further external influence that they're having. Please do something. I know you are engaging in war now in Iran, but just a tweet from you. And those things happen. If Donald Trump just go on his Twitter page and advise the Guineans to draw back, my friend, within 2 hours they will draw back because you know the fellow. But none of those things happening. We're just sitting and praying and just waiting and all of that stuff, and people just gaining territory. Look, I don't know whether this is true, but what I'm hearing, the Guineans are after taking Lofa, significant portion of Lofa. And if that is the case, we are in trouble. How can you be a president? To me, you would have failed. Forget about everything else you're doing. If under your watch, we'll lose our territory to others. Now we have other presidents in this country that were much more weaker. I mean, you had interim president Ruth Perry was here hanging. We literally had any military. Nobody took an inch of our territory. And if it happens under this democratically elected president, it will scar and mark his legacy for eternity. I don't know if this president can. And they're taking it very lightly. This is a serious challenge to the legacy of the Unity Party. And I can tell you, if they don't handle this well, they can kiss future elections or leadership in this country goodbye.
Are you saying the Guineans seriously going to take over Lofa, not even a territory, the entire Lofa?
I am saying that from what we are hearing and for some of the aggressive nature they are being engaged with, they want to take a significant portion of Lofa. And that may include the entire Foya. And that is sad.
Thank you
Because
very much. Emmanuel
Mike
George,
is right.
Emmanuel George, if what you are saying, Councillor Good, very different from what Yeke is hearing, and Yeke was hearing out there that they want to impeach him for today. Let listen to Dr. George. This is huge. If what the councillor is saying, I'm concerned that part of Lofa will be taken for you, and we are where we are and playing music and singing. Dr. George.
Stanton, I want to first of all thank Councillor Gould for such a wonderful analysis and for the revelation of how Mr. Benedict Cummings decided to take the issue by reaching out to the President of the Republic of Liberia. I've said it on this show, and I will take what my national chair said a bit further. The president have weapons around him, and he had refused to use what he have. When I was working on my dissertation, Stanton, I had the opportunity of interviewing Mary Brownell. And this was a story she told me when we had tension between Charles Taylor, Guinea and Liberia during Charles Taylor time. She told me she went to Conakry, got in touch with one of the ladies who were close to Alpha, the president of Guinea, and told him in his face that if you don't stop this cerebral crisis, I will sit down on you with my B-bot. Yeah, I will sit down on you with my B-bot because you have to stop this thing. And then the Guinean president turned to her and said, "You, my man, I agree. I will call President Taylor." What is stopping President Boyka from reaching out to former President Johnson Sirleaf? What is stopping him from making her a special envoy on this situation? What is stopping him from calling former President George Weah, political leader Alexander Benedict Cummings? These are people who are respected and known in the international community. What is stopping him from asking them to assist in solving this problem? This is a national problem. It's not a unity party problem. It is not a Joseph Boyka problem. It's a national problem. And we have to unleash the weapons we have, the people we have who have the respect in the communities. Madam Seri is an eminent person in the international community. What is stopping him from asking her to assist in solving this problem? When you asked the question last night, that was my solution. Call your political leaders together. Have a meeting with them. Send them, and the former president, send them out and say, we have to solve the problem. This is 1 week going to week 2. This thing is still lingering. And I agree with Councillor Gould. Once someone has sat in your territory and they feel comfortable, they will want more of what they have because they feel you can't do anything about it. And that's the reason why you have to stop them as much as you can. No one said we should go to war, but the government continues to appear weak. Maybe they are doing it in the back door, but I don't see anything on the front to actually say this government is doing something serious about this crisis. So my recommendation to the government is call your political leaders who have influence together, sit with them. Call Madam Eddie Johnson Sirleaf and ask her if she can kind of be the special envoy to solve this problem. She did it in the Gambia, and she have done it in other part of West Africa. And I strongly believe that if we work with what we have the results we have without even shooting a single bullet. Dumoya is not crazy. Nothing wrong with him. No power when he see power. And when power appears before him, he will respect power. Unfortunately, it seems that he does not respect our president. He showed it when our president left Liberia and went all the way to Guinea for his inauguration. He treated our president with such a high level of disrespect. You could see it on the video. Clearly, he disrespected President Boyka. And we cannot allow this to continue to be his mindset. that he can do anything because he don't have any respect for the president of Liberia. We have to make him to understand that Joseph Yima Boyka is the president of the Republic of Liberia, and he must respect our president. But the president must take the stand of making sure that the personalities and the arsenal he had, he should put in the news so that he can gain the respect he needs. This is his legacy. I totally agree with Councillor Gu. In fact, I didn't think in that direction. This is his legacy online. This is his legacy. But we are playing and fun, sitting down thinking this thing will solve, or the problem will solve itself naturally. This problem is not going to solve itself naturally. We must decide to be serious about it. Why reach out to France? These boys, these military boys who are in Guinea, Mali, and Burkina Faso, they don't have much respect for France. They don't have much respect for France. In fact, when Doumbouya took over, he had a problem with France that just recently decided to have, the French started to have some kind of say in Guinea. So if we reach out to France, that's nice. But those military boys who have taken over in West Africa have no serious respect for France. And I don't think the French is the best people to go to right now to solve this problem for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's say, Jeff, what will Chris and this?
Thank you, Stanton. So Stanton, first thing, nobody should call on any Liberian to be patriotic now and rally behind Boyka, because Boyka himself is very unpatriotic. As a commander-in-chief, by this time, he should be able to rally the citizen, rally the political leaders, like what Councillor Gu said, to confront the situation. Instead, he's trying to play a strongman game, which he knows that he has no respect in the sub-region. Nobody respects Boyka because of who he is. He has not presented himself to be a respectable person anywhere in the sub-region. Let's talk about the international community. He has no connection, no contact, no influence on any global leader. So, of course, he's not able to solve this problem by himself. His foreign policy is the weakest ever in our history. They're not able to do anything. This problem is going to persist until Boyka can realize that other Liberians are able to help in this process. Look, Boyka is the commander-in-chief. If he's weak and behaving like a lame dog, nobody will support him. Nobody will help to rally around him. Everybody will try, but nobody will do anything substantial. But Boyka has demonstrated to the world, to the region, that he's the weakest link in our region. He's the weakest president. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't even know how to defend his own territorial integrity. Since the thing has happened, there haven't been one military presence at all. But we're not seeing go and fight. But at least let some military presence be placed at our borders. Let the Guinean know that we do have military. Then you can use other channels to resolve the situation. But Boyka, as a commander-in-chief, is not even able to rally the military to do that. But mind you, Boyka was able to rally the military to break down homes. He was able to rally the military to come out at the airport when Seditian went out to meet His Excellency President George Weah. He rallied the army to do that. The police, he's using them to execute Liberians at Kenjoy and other places in our country. But he's not able to rally them to defend our territorial integrity. This is shameful on the part of Boyka. Boyka has proven to be the worst president in the history of our country. And if he continues like this, Liberia will be remembered as the weakest country in West Africa and in the Mano River Union under the leadership of Boyka. And this has to stop. The Guinea are not taking it for jokes. See what they did in Sierra Leone. They took over the land in Sierra Leone and never returned it. In fact, they arrested the soldiers in Sierra Leone. Look, this guy is a serious junta. He means what he's doing. If Boyka continues to act like a lady, act like a big girl, look, he's not going to listen to Boyka.
Let me bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let's bring you in.
Thank you, Stanton. Opposition will capitalize on anything they have on hand because they've lost the battle in the electoral box. So they'll do everything in their mind. This is an impeachable offense. You hear these kinds of lines seriously, but if you can't win in the ballot box, believe me, Nobody will take power from somebody who won in the ballot box and give to you. You have to fight the other battle. But I remember when Madame Salif faced, what's the disease now? Ebola. Yeah, Ebola. The succeeding party had all the meackering to say, oh, Madame Salif, in fact, she was in France, and there's crisis at home, come here, if I did bring George Weah, this is what will happen. And then COVID came, down to the rice that were meant for Liberians were converted into private use. A lot of things happened. People started complaining about COVID. What happened? It was mishandled, mismanaged. That is exactly what crisis is. Look at the guy in Guinea. That is a guy who has no respect for older people. Alpha Conde is a clear case in court. He has a disdain for older people. That's his military temperament. You have to be able to go bypass around that and come, and face him. You're saying that we're not saying fight, but just stand up to the man. It takes two to fight. When you stand up to something, it means you want to fight. That is what it is. Now, this government has seen that the military that Madam Salif and his associate demoralized and form a small army they refer to as, we are not going to be facing external aggression. We just need one small army that will mind the peace. Mostly will be deployed at peacekeeping missions. And that is the kind of army we have there today. There are people who were trained and money was spent on them. Millions and billions of dollars, those people have those skills. They came and retrenched them. Why? Because Madame Salif political opponents dealt with her. So there is displaced aggression from her. And to see that that army remain demoralized as it is. But until you have enough, look, even if we don't fight Guinea today, there will come another leader with that temperament that will stand and reclaim all of those lands. If people think that the diplomacy they have no other alternative but to pursue this diplomatically. It worked in the Bakazi Peninsula. Nigeria used her might and took that land away from the Cameroonians. Later on, the court decides that it belongs to Cameroon. All those who were there as Nigerians had to leave or stay as Cameroonians. That is a solution that we can exploit. We can also exploit other avenue like like I said, the people in Ogaden region in Somalia and Ethiopia use, where the UN can decide. In this day and age, nobody can just walk into your land and cajole it. By the end of the day, war, standing up, I'm not saying retreat, just stand up. That kind of mentality would be the last recourse. And I will hope that we don't just rush into judgment to go fight Guinea and then we'll be annihilated simply because we don't have the manpower and our army was intentionally demoralized and we don't have the moral rectitude to stand against an army who has spent so much when we are still playing. It can't be an imagination. You have to make up your mind. What do you want to do? Build an army that will stand up to the enemy?
But I'm confused on everything you say. You talk about Cameroon, you talk about Nigeria, you talk about Cameroon, you talk about everything. What do you want Joseph Boga to do now? Because you're all over the place. You want him to say army or you don't want him to say army?
Pursue the diplomatic. I said it yesterday. Stanton, I said it yesterday. Continue to exploit the diplomatic route because that's the only tool you have now. You don't have a standing army that will stand.
You let talking about. I've traveled in that place where it was hot. I traveled in that place where air killed. The Cameroonians were present with heavy military presence. In fact,
yeah, but at the end of the day, they did not win. That's why the UN decided
for over 1 hour.
No, Emmanuel, I want you to listen to me. At the end of the day, with all their military might that was standing there, they did not win. The United Nations had to decide their destiny, and that's
okay.
The solution that worked.
So let's bring in Fubi. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so like I've always said, the government is not proceeding in the right direction. The government have sent a clear message to its people that she cannot protect the citizens. That's the message that the government has sent out. And that's sad. And all of those stem from even the way the budget is crafted. You got lawmakers making more than 150% of what they gave to the military. So the military will not be able to stand up. So like I said, I did a budgetary reappropriation. They have to look for money and reach out to friendly countries and pay for the services of extra manpower. And they can do that. And they have you cannot say you the father of the house, somebody attack your home, and you honor the day you say you're calling for help, and your children and your wife standing there to face the people. You have to be there. You have to come up. You have to show up that say, look, even you don't have to go and start fighting or blowing the man, but you have to stand up to the man and tell the man, look, I'm the man in this house. But we're not seeing that from our government. And you have a military, you hiding them somewhere. Then you say immigration goes down, this and that. And the guys are keeping
in America, yeah. If you don't able to man, the man get going, he get your children called 911. Don't go there. That thing that you have to go there, no. I will call 911.
You call 911. That's what it now.
We get 911, yeah, we'll call 911. I think you tell you.
What then? 911 respond to you. Because you're paying taxes for 911 to respond. In our case,
911. Donald Trump is our 911. I want to answer the good saying, call Donald Trump.
But we're not doing that. And that's why I say you have Nigeria got military warfare that you can tap on that source, but pay for it. Don't go back for free manpower. Reappropriate some of the money to the military and pay for the services of extra manpower to come in to stand for you. Then you also have to, when you're exploring the diplomatic approach, in the context of calling powerful nations and say, look, this is the thing that's facing. But you can't leave everything in your borders are vulnerable. The guys are planting their flag all over. They plant some in Kunandu, they plant some in Soroba, they're going to plant some another place. You know, so it's not a good sign for the country. And when the guys want to take it like CDC was the United Party was everybody that speak against the party speak against the government. And you can't use that route. There's a national issue. We should all rally around us to stand up. Everybody's suggested to be taken seriously. It's not about who hate Bwaka or who hate the United Party. No, there's not about United Party and for the opposition. There's about Liberia. So if they can't see it from that angle, then the country will keep retrogressing. And it's a bad precedent. Even the president home county that is being encroached upon and our land being taken. Then you looking at it and thinking that something that is a joke. It's not a joke. It's a big issue. And I think I also call all these neighboring countries that are having borders with Guinea to close their borders with Guinea, because Guinea is moving, they release a statement. Sierra Leone, Senegal, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, they say they're going for all their land that they have on the places. So just close your border with Guinea. Let Guinea face the sea. Nobody can go into Guinea or leave from Guinea to go to any other country. They don't use the sea to do their activities. That's some of the way you put it and put in check. When
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Again, we want to say thank you for joining us. I think you always say, go for the strong man when they tell your house no. We'll stay and call 911 on our phone on the bed, and we'll pray 911 come as fast as possible, and then we'll come out to talk. As Governor Clinton, you know exactly what I'm saying. Governor?
Look, thank you. Thank you. Look, first, I think Conor Gray. I think Conor Gray have such disdain for President Weah and the CDC, and so when it comes to President Weah and the CDC, he spills some things that are incorrect. Look, let's first correct that. The government of Liberia under President Weah handling of the COVID-19 was so good, they performed so well that the United Nations, the U.S. government had to send a delegation to Liberia to learn firsthand our lessons. The UN congratulated the CDC government, and the CDC government was heralded around the world for its handling of COVID-19. That is a fact. You got to go and research that. You can't come and spill things here because you don't like President Weah. We did so well with COVID under President Weah. That's a fact. Also, even the issue with President Sirleaf, when you talk about intentionally dismantling the act, it was under President Sirleaf that the army was reformed using the UN, using the US government personnel. The army was reformed, the standards were improved. So that is also, a fact that needs to be corrected. But let's come back to this border issue. I don't get it when people say when you put the armed forces of Liberia at the border, now you're creating a provocation. So you put immigration there with AK-47s, you put the police there, they have AK-47, but when you put the army people with AK-47, then now it's a provocation. So the only difference is in uniform. AFL uniform, then a provocation. They all carry the same AK-47. Doesn't make sense to me. I said yesterday, we do not know the intent of the Guineans. And for anyone to think that the Guineans are only coming to get a few kilometers of land doesn't make sense. Why would they do that? Just come across the road and just take a bit of land. There's a bigger ambition here. They'll start small and see how we get out. They might push forward. And this is what is important. You have to show some strength. Put the military right now at the border, show some strength. We're not saying yes Guineans. We're saying show some military strength. And then up the diplomatic pressure. And Councillor Gould was right. He said a lot of good things. The government should be mobilizing all its people, all its connection. We have one of the most respected presidents in the world, President Sirleaf. You can't use her. This lady is so respected in the international community, and she can break some barriers. President Weah has a lot of connections all there. We can use him. We can use Ellis Cummins. Cummins is very well connected here in the U.S. So we have people that the government can utilize to up the pressure. Again, we have to be talking to the Americans. The Americans can easily solve this problem. As somebody talk about President Ouattara is talking to Kagame in East Africa. I mean, I understand he has relationship with the Guinean president, but why Kagame? Kagame is always in East Africa. I don't know how much influence he has. You have to be talking to the Nigerians. That's the superpower of West Africa right there. You have to be pressuring ECOWAS. You have to be pressuring the AU. And look, we have a good connection with America. We have to use the right people, and they can easily solve this problem. You have to up the diplomatic pressure, but you also have to show some strength by putting the military up there in Lofa.
Well, Kagame have a very godfather relationship to Doumbouya, and he listened to him a lot. So that's the reason why the president called into Kagame, Governor Clinton.
Oh, nice. What's the response to Kagame? Has he solved the problem yet?
No. But the president called him yesterday. You expect the president to say, yes, he solved our problem. You asked him the reason why he called Kagame. Now I'm just sharing with you. Now we can ask for how far that conversation went.
But it's not just about calling, it's the impact. That's what you can't just call.
Yeah, but he spoke to him. No, first of all, you say why he called Kagame. Let's stick to what you said.
But there's a reason why I said it. The reason I don't think he's going to have that much impact as the Americans who have.
And I agree that you have changed it as a criminal lawyer. You say you don't think. So let's leave you like that. You said you don't think. You just said that now. All right. Let me bring in the general counsel, the one that quit from the government, I believe, is Biku. But he's a consultant. He quit from the Ministry of Justice, but he's a consultant at LDCC. I don't know why that, but no, let me bring you in.
Okay, so let me say this, that Jeff, sometimes you say the truth to an old person. They can call you, set you aside, and even buy you a bottle of beer and have lunch with you. That same truth, the way you would say, they'll go in the house and look for the single barrel and come and want to shoot you. Sometimes the way we address the presidency, its demeaning is wrong.
But
hey, my friend, give me 10. Give me 10, you come out. No, give me 10, you come out.
No. Jab, you told the man, you said no, Jab, I will protect let him know. I can't promise you that. Let him know. Your talking time finished, Jab.
We'll do it all going on the show. I come to Remy Gray.
No,
Remy, like Clinton said, Liberia was rated as one of the best in terms of the way they handled the COVID-19. Go to the WHO report. The early preparation, all the listed. So to try to find a way, and to denigrate everything that was done by the past regime, it's unfair. But I like your points on the issue now. If I were the president of this country, the military will be at the place where those Guineans are now. In Liberia, the portion of Liberia they're in, my military will be there as commander-in-chief of the army. From the day the military, those guys crossed over to Liberia, and the Liberians were, oh yeah, we drove them back, and they planted a flag, and they put it down and left. That same day, I would have ordered my military to move in there. There where we missed out. I think our intelligence were poor in terms of following those guys to know the next plan. Because now I can understand why it's going to be difficult to deploy the military, because the other side would think now that you come to confront. Now, police going there, immigration going there, it's wrong, it's supposed to be there. But they let wait to the military. I mean, the military don't bother them, those are civil forces, didn't care for them. When they start to see full deployment, then they think now that we're coming on the offensive to push them away, it could trigger something. I can understand that. But we missed the point. The moment those guys left and gone out Kinu and went back to Guinea, that was the day we should have declared the military to move in that very area and deploy. Let's see if they're going to come back to say they won't cross where the military are. They will not have been there today. Because they knew now that we're going to be straight aggression they were coming for now. But we missed out on that. And that's what makes it difficult for us to deploy the military now to go. Because when you go and deploy the military now, the military will not take over where they are. The military will have to stop to where they stop. So then it means that the military will not be protecting the full boundary of Liberia. That is the issue of why the military cannot go there now. I've gotten the understanding. Why they can't go there now? Because the military is under obligation to protect the sovereignty, the entire landscape of the country. Now they have one small place, you go sit down somewhere, you see somebody saying now you can't move there. It's not an area. That is the reason why they will not move. Yes, a lot of things have not been done. I mean, where we are now is I want to say we're in a, I would just say we're in a mess. Seriously, sorry for the expression, we're in a mess. And the only thing that I think we can do now is the issue of this whole diplomatic thing, but then who we talk to intervene matters. How do we approach it? Because the information that I got, that even the meeting they had, the guy was very rude in that meeting. And so he's serious, he's bent on doing whatever he wants to do. So it depends on who we are contacting to get them to move from that area. So we all have to just pull our heads together now. Government officials should forget about whether some of the opposition. No, when something happens here, if I didn't want to feed us there, and because the poor people run into the house and think they got money and food there. So if they think that they've saved, they on their own. So they stand to lose more than people who are already down. So they have to rally the people, rally everybody, all hands on deck, because this is about our sovereignty. And let us work together to ensure how we find a way to solve this problem. But it's reached to the point now where you cannot politicize it. No, it's a national issue. It's a national security. Our country is being seized at a particular place. It's being encroached upon. What do we do? So we sit down and say, oh, that UP government started, it ain't come for early, it will not on CCC, that UP government so more leave then. No. When something happens here, my brother, sometimes you would think that looking for Guinea, somebody look at you and say you look like Guinea. Somebody who had issue with you long time, they come to take the big Guinea and they coming for you. So we all need to work together. The president, the government needs to call every single person that have some kind of influence in this country outside, whatever, use whatever means to solve this problem. But where we are now,
we got to go back to consider Orisha Boot. I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. It's 12:33 a.m. in Liberia, 8:33 p.m. here, New York Eastern Time, USA. It's very important for us to note that the government is trying. I think the government should do better. Those responsible with the microphone in this government, they should speak clearly and in a simple term, considerable, for our people to understand. The president is working. The president making a lot of phone calls. But I appreciate what you said concerning call other political leaders that have some influence and influence on other places around the world. They would try, they will help, they will make things happen. It's good for Liberians to know that. It's not about unity party. This thing about we can do it, we will do it, or we destroy country Liberia. It will. And that's what we are saying. You listen to the justice minister, threaten journalists and media institutions and lawmakers and other individuals that don't talk. If you talk, we'll come after you. It will not solve our problem. It will just make this thing worse. Putting blame on CDC and George Manawia, on ANC, on CMC, it will not solve the problem. Our problem should be addressed and solved by ourselves. But President Joseph Yema Boakai, in all seriousness, everything I've heard, he's making a lot of phone calls. Are these phone calls yielding any results? That's the problem. Are these phone calls bringing back any positive hope for us? That's the problem. But every day, Orisha Boo, the people move one step further into Liberia. So what you said today, maybe this guy is eyeing the entire foyer. The lawmakers are dancing. The more we get together, it's not helping. They are acting childish. The situation is getting bad. But I can say to the Liberian people tonight, though, the president making phone calls, listen to the communication that came from Sierra Leone. They are on the same path. They said diplomacy, diplomacy, diplomacy. And nobody wants war in Liberia because this thing would turn to be a religious war. And that's the fear. This thing will be the ethnic cleansing. And that's a bigger fear in our country. Let's look around Liberia to the council. Why closing this? We are bordered by what? Other countries. Guinea, almost 95%. 95% Muslim. The Fulani coming from all over. Look at Ivory Coast and look at Sierra Leone. We have Fulani in our country. We have our Muslim brother and sister. What will happen if people say this is about Christian and Muslim? A lot of bad things undercover people are hearing. So what we want our president to do, put the AFL at that place and somebody stupid and fire one bullet on a Guinean, they will get every reason, and even they can shoot themselves. Do you know that? And they will lie, say the AFL soldier at the border shot at them. We get no ballistic testing to see where that bullet came
We
from.
send down the gun, the immigration gear can work.
No, I beg you. Let me
police
say
gear
this.
can work.
Governor Clinton, I beg you. This is not ever laughing thing, Governor. You are comfortably in your home. I am in my home comfortably here in the United States. We got so many disadvantaged youth in Liberia. When something happened at that border and people begin to run, the serious effect will be in Monrovia. Stores will close down. Looting will
start happening. And people will be in the worst shape like 1990 war. We don't want that. So the action of the national job security, the action of the president, the action of those responsible today, we should applaud them. And I think we should give them time. Maybe, and only maybe, this thing will help. Diplomacy will work.
Thank you,
so, but I do appreciate you. This is more than what we are seeing. Let's put them back across the border. Let's know it's deeply rooted in the culture and religion of some folks. They are looking for war. They are looking to destabilize our peaceful nation, something we fought for 14 to 18 years. 12 years under Madam Salih, peaceful. 6 years under George Manawia. 3 years under Joseph Nyimabwaka. He should tread very carefully with this. Because the people that will sit down and say, go and fight Guinean, those are the folks that would be in Ghana, in Africa, in the Americas, in Europe. And then we see our people being displaced. We should give this government time. We should give Joseph Nyimabwaka to explore everything in his arsenal diplomatically to find a solution. And calling on Cummings, and calling on Madam Salim, and calling on former President George Manawia would be the best thing to do. And I do believe they would tell their folks in the party, diplomacy is the key here, and let's give Joseph Nyimabwaka the chance. So I will appeal to all Liberians. It's happening, we agree. We'll report the truth, but we should give diplomacy the chance and allow Joseph Nyimabwaka to exhaust every opportunity in solving this situation. Other than that, we are not safe in Monrovia. We are not safe in Grand Bassa. The Capitol building is not safe. The executive mansion will not be safe. And people will be put in displaced camp outside of Liberia. And we don't want that. Before America intervenes, the airport will be locked down. The seaport will be locked down. And our people will be hungry. We just don't want that. And that's the cry of President Bwaka. He wants us to be patient. And I hope Liberia will understand. This will be my message moving forward. We don't want ethnic cleansing. We do not want religious war. We just want a peaceful diplomacy to resolve this. To you, Councilor Gu, I say thank you for joining us. May God bless you. May God bless your party as you lead under the chairmanship today for AMC. I know you want to do your final closing. Go ahead, so we'll only give you the time to close, and then we'll leave the show.
Thank you. Look, I think
we'll get 30 seconds each.
I think the overriding refrain here is that we should try to resolve this in a very peaceful manner. And because of all the reasons you described, and it will be very disadvantageous to us if we should engage militarily. I mean, from all standpoints, you will see that it will be in our best interest to use diplomatic means. Look, I spoke to our political leader. One of the things he said that could be happening now is for the president himself, not his deputy. We are at the height of a national emergency. For the president himself to begin to brief the citizenry, not using the minister. Let him call press briefing. You see what President Trump does. Call press briefing himself and say, my fellow Liberians, these things, and abreast the Liberian people. Speak with them, rally them around. This is not an issue that you can second to a third party. This is not an issue you want to have people deputizing for you because it strikes at the core of your legacy. This is what we're talking about. We will remain patriotic. Okay? We will remain patriotic. And this is a good call you have made, Stanton. And we also put that. But we also want the red steps taken so that this thing doesn't prolong. Because what you are avoiding, if we prolong this, it will have an effect on our economy. It will have an effect on our people's life. People displaced from Lofa will also affect us. So we need to resolve this quickly. Let the president begin to speak to the Liberian people directly himself, perhaps on a weekly basis. Let him make the call to the opposition leaders. Let him call for a joint stakeholder meeting so that there can be exchange of ideas. There are other things that we know we may not be able to say on this platform because of the sensitivity of it. Let him engage all Liberians so that we can resolve this thing quickly and peacefully. And I believe that it can be done. But we are not putting our best foot forward. So I want to thank you for the opportunity tonight. This is not a political party issue. This is a national issue. And I think all Liberians so far, most Liberians are very united on this. No one has pushed anything for religious war here. So I think we can see clearly that there is Liberians are tired of those kind of stereotyping. And so we will be very, very grateful for the president to use all of the available resources available to him so that we can resolve this quickly so that it doesn't take time of his leadership. You know, Ellen leadership was plagued with Ebola. The WIA one was plagued with the COVID-19, and those things take away from regular national developmental agenda. So you want to thank God this is man-made. He can quickly resolve this and then move on with his arrest agenda. And that's what we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thanks to all of you. We appreciate your time. Have a good night. Yep. Thanks to you, Dr. George. As always, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks to you, my brother Jay Jefferson Chesson. It's good to see you, brother Chesson. And at the corner, ever immigrate. Thank you a lot. We appreciate your time here on Spoon. So we'll meet again tomorrow on Fabric FM, Super FM, and Spoon FM, Fabric TV, Super TV, and Spoon TV. I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us. It's been a great show today. We discussed Summit issue. We discussed the Yeket issue, the border issue. We discussed what else. You can go over the program. We had a great discussion today. LPRC, I couldn't get to it again today, but we'll make it our first topic tomorrow. So we'll meet again. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God say, Liberia, and bless this United States as well. We always appreciate you spending time with us. You're always welcome to share the show. You're always welcome to follow us on Facebook, like us, follow us on all of our social media outlets, and let's be together for better Liberia. So till we meet again, God bless you. Have a good night.